Hello and good evening. This is the World News on your Premium Talk Radio, Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. I am Faustina Oputu. The headlines. Local vigilante group apprehend suspected kidnappers in Emoa, local government area of Rivers State. Federal government assures 2023 election will hold. Governor Samuel Otom denies G5 governors' resolve to work for Atiku Abubakar. And on the foreign scene, group of volunteers go on trial for carrying out migrant rescue missions off Greece. Details shortly. Now the details. Rivers State Governor Nyesom Wike has presented certificate of recognition and staff of office to His Royal Majesty Nwachukwu Obuoha as Eze Ogba of Ogbaland. The brief presentation ceremony held at the banquet hall of Government House in Port Harcourt today. Governor Wike explained that the king was long recognized by the state government the day he was coronated as Oba of Ogbaland, adding that the presentation event was mere ceremony to affirm what has been done.
We have already recognized long. He just had no time to formally present. So what I'm doing today is a ceremony. So it is not as if we have recognized them long. The day he was coronated, government recognized and I sent a representative. So what do you want again? Today is just like when you marry. They say call people. Let's do traditional and Indian. Those are just ceremonies. The marriage has taken place. So, by the powers conferred on me as the governor of Rivers State, I hereby present the certificate of recognition to His Royal Majesty Eze Dr. Nwachukwu S. Obuoha Obi III as Oba Ezeoba of Ogbaland.
The governor also charged the king to use the opportunity of being the traditional father over Ogbaland to foster unity, promote peace and harmony among his subjects.
I want you also to talk to your youth. Violence does not help. I remember some times ago, virtually every economic commercial activities crumbled in particularly Ogbegbo and Beni local government. Everything crumbled. Banks ran away. I remember one crossover night, our children were massacred. I said, well, it is either we'll do the right thing or we'll forget it. I thank God today. Government put their foot down and said, enough is enough. Today, banks have returned, commercial activities have returned.
And in his part, His Royal Majesty Nwachukwu Obuoha thanks Governor Wike for the support given to his family since their father died. The governorship candidate of the Social Democratic Party, Senator Magnus Abe, has charged leaders of the party in various wards and local government areas to ensure they carry as many that identify with the SDP along in all the activities and areas. Senator Abe gave the charge during a meeting with the leadership of the party at the ward level, where he disclosed that the party is depending on the people at the grassroots to win the 2023 general elections. The SDP governorship candidate, while boasting that the party will come out victorious in the general elections, maintained that Rivers people are interested in the message of the SDP and urged the leaders to identify with people and bring them together at all times.
All our leaders across every ward in Rivers State. It is because of you that people are talking about the Social Democratic Party. You are the live wire of this party. The most important work you have is to identify people and bring them together. A lot of the people who come to the party, when they come to the party, first week nothing is happening, second week they don't call them for meeting, third week they don't call them for meeting, the next thing they hear, party did this, that they are not being carried along, they are neglected. When we call meetings in the world, don't give anybody transport. Let those who can bring themselves to the meeting attend. Those who cannot bring themselves should leave. But make sure you give everybody information.
Senator Abe further assured that his administration will ensure that families have their own money to cater for themselves without depending on the government.
For us to be able to get to that point, because I have told everybody, this particular government that we are going to form, don't rate the government based on anything. Rate it based on what is happening to you and your family. If your community gets better, you think. If your school gets more serious, you think. If your healthcare needs are better attended to, you think. If your son didn't have work before and he's now working, you think. If you were doing your business and you couldn't get lights to do the business, and then when we start running the government, you're spending less money on diesel and on petrol to power your business or power your home, you think. That is why we keep telling you that your life and the lives of all those who are working with us will be better.
Today FM's Uchendu Ejoa reports that earlier a group known as Sim People's Network declared their support for the governorship candidates of the SDP. Rivers State Police Command says its operatives have raided a hideout used by a child trafficking syndicate in Iguruta and Omagwa communities in Ikwere local government area of Rivers State. The State Police Command also said it arrested suspects of the crime and recovered a vehicle during the operation. The Command Public Relations Officer, Grace Iringe Koko, in a statement said operatives of C4I Intelligence Unit acting on credible intelligence raided two houses at Iguruta and Omagwa communities where victims of child trafficking were being kept. Iringe Koko, who is a superintendent of police, said 40-year-old Peace Alikor, who is the alleged leader of the syndicate, Favor Brides, Noble Uzuchi, Chigozie Wona were all arrested in the operation. The statement revealed that victims rescued in the operation are 10, including those pregnant. SP Iringe Koko said investigation reveals that the syndicate leader keeps the babies after delivery and pays off the mothers 500,000 naira as settlement. The statement said all the victims confirmed they were lured to the illicit sale of children to meet some financial challenges. The Command Public Relations Officer, while revealing that the case has been transferred to the State Criminal Investigation Department, assured that efforts are being intensified to track and arrest the buyers of the children already sold out. Meanwhile, 3 suspected kidnappers have been apprehended and a kidnapped victim rescued by members of the local vigilante in use in Obele community in Emoa local government area of Rivers State. Olua Shegun Ibrahim from Ondo State, Vincent Sunday and Wolu Ekene, both indigents of Rivers State, are reported to have kidnapped a boat driver simply identified as Martins, who hails from Anambra State. The youth president of Obele community, Amadi Richard Uchechukwu, and the chief security officer, Charles Martins, narrated how members of the local vigilante and youths from the community intercepted the kidnappers who were driving with the victim. Richard Uchechukwu and Martin said they trailed the suspected kidnappers to an uncompleted building in Omusukuta village in Obele community where they kept their victim, whom they abducted from Mile 4 in Obiakwa local government area.
They kidnapped somebody all the way from Ajib Junction, a boat driver, and brought the person to dump in Obele so that they will continue spoiling the name of Obele people. But against them, the law caught them today. So the youth and the MOVs in Obele, based on their security awareness, they arrested these 3 persons from different places. Why this has happened is to show that and to prove that Obele people are non-violent people who have called for peace. This is to prove to our brothers and other persons who are planning to come to Obele land to perpetrate evil, that when once they come, that the God of the land will arrest them.
And how the community may like it. We managed to rescue the victim they kidnapped. They ran and they thought they can escape because they know the route, but they don't know that the community and the God of the land is against what they did.
On their part, the suspected kidnappers admitted to the crime and explained how they succeeded in kidnapping their victim.
We kidnapped somebody in Port Harcourt.
Who's that of the Port Harcourt?
Ajib Junction. Brought the person to Obele.
So which people arrested you?
Obele Ospak.
My name is Ibrahim Oluwasegun. The kidnapped person from Ajib Junction.
Children gathered that the suspects, alongside their weapons, have been handed over to detectives at the Rumuji Police Division in Emoa local government area of the state. The need to continue to support servicemen of the Nigerian Armed Forces has remained a major call to political class and corporation cooperative organizations. Speaking in commemoration of Armed Forces Remembrance Day, the chairman of Akukutoru local government area, Roland Sekibo, said he will continue to support servicemen of the Nigerian Armed Forces in his domain. Sekibo said the former military men paid the price of sustaining peace in Nigeria and laid down their lives for the nation. He also called on other corporate bodies in the area to join in the support of the servicemen. Sekibo further urged the former servicemen of the military to continue to assist the Nigerian military in promoting peace, especially during the elections.
So for us, we believe that we will continue to support what we're doing. We will not reduce, we will rather increase our support as our finances allows us to do. So we will continue to identify with you. And let me also use the opportunity to call on well-meaning citizens of this local government and even corporate organizations, corporate bodies, to identify with you people, the loved ones left behind and the ones that are alive. Because most of you, when others were doing one thing or the other to amass wealth for the generation and future generation, most of you were making sure that everybody is safe. So you live your life for us. So it is important that those, by providence, by the grace of God, that are doing well in the society, identify with you, because I believe that
Armed Forces Remembrance Day is set aside to celebrate the impact and effort of Armed Forces servicemen. It is a week-long event and ends on the 15th of January annually. President Muhammadu Buhari says God has helped his regime to clear Boko Haram in the northeast. The president noted that the threat of terrorism was the most critical security challenge inherited by his administration, but expressed pleasure that normalcy had returned to affected states in the northeast. He said he had fulfilled the commitment he made to Nigerians in his May 29, 2015 inaugural address to tackle Boko Haram terrorists and stabilize the country. He bragged that nobody could blackmail him on inexplicable wealth and illicit enrichment while in office, stating that he did not have 1 square inch outside Nigeria. The president's comment was contained in a statement today signed by his special advisor on media and publicity, Femi Adesina. The Minister of Information and Culture, Lai Mohammed, has assured that the 2023 elections will be held as planned. Mohammed said this today in Abuja at the 17th edition of the President Muhammadu Buhari scorecard series from 2015 to 2023. The minister's assurance came in the wake of killings allegedly perpetrated by the Eastern Security Network and banditry in the Northwest. According to the Independent National Electoral Commission, over 41 attacks had been carried out against its offices across 14 states since the 2019 general election, with the Southeast recording 13 attacks. INEC yesterday raised the alarm over the rising security situation across the country and its impact on the 2023 general elections. Mohammed, however, said the federal government is aware that INEC is working with the security agencies to ensure that elections are successfully held across the country. This is the World News on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. After the break, more news, sports and foreign stories. Do stay tuned.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Minutes gone past 6. You're still listening to the World News on your premium talk radio, Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. Benue State Government has debunked a report circulating online claiming that the governor, Samuel Otom, and his counterparts in the G5 have resolved to work for the presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, Atiku Abubakar, for the 2023 elections. This was contained in a statement signed by Special Advisor, Media and Publicity to the Governor, Tave Akase. The statement noted that the report is false and mischievous as it is targeted at embarrassing the 5 governors who have chosen the path of justice, fairness and equity. It further disclosed that Governor Otom, at a meeting with the state caucus of the PDP yesterday, mentioned that the national leadership of the party had failed to utilize its internal conflict resolution mechanism, which has led to the crisis rocking the party. The Nigeria Railway Corporation has blamed saboteurs for attacks on trains and rail stations across the country, including the recent abduction of intending passengers at its train station in Igweben in Edo State. NLC Managing Director Fidet Okiria, who spoke on a television program, said the corporation put some security measures in place at its train stations across the country after terrorist attacks attacked a moving train in Kaduna State on March 28, 2022. Over 30 intending passengers were kidnapped on Saturday afternoon when gunmen attacked a train station in Igweben in Edo State. Security agencies said 7 of the abductees have been rescued. The NLC boss described the Edo incident as a deliberate attack by saboteurs who tried to profit from the insecurity in Nigeria. And the Department of State Services says there are schemes by some politicians to smear its Director General, Yusuf Bichi, and some of the service's key officials. The DSS, in a statement by its spokesman, Peter Afunaya, said the politicians, as well as disgruntled elements within and outside the government, are waging war against the service's uncompromising stance on some critical governance and policy issues. The spokesperson of the DSS also alleged that politicians are now using civil society and non-governmental organizations to discredit Bichi. According to Afunaya, the service would continue to confront threats to national security and is working to create a conducive atmosphere for the general elections. And on the foreign scene, a group of 24 volunteers have gone on trial on the Greek island of Lesbos more than 4 years after they were arrested for carrying out migrant rescue missions off Greece. Their case was denounced in a European Parliament report as Europe's largest case of criminalization of solidarity. Among the defendants accused of a string of offenses is refugee and swimmer Sarah Madini. A movie recently told the story of how she escaped with her sister from Syria. The volunteers were initially detained in 2018 for several months on suspicion of human trafficking, but the charges facing the group in Mytilene involved espionage, illegal access to state communications, money laundering, and assisting criminal activity. Elsewhere, an oversight board for Facebook's parent company says the platform was wrong to remove a post with a common protest slogan against Iran's leader. In July, moderators at Meta said the use of Magba Khamenei, literally death to Khamenei, broke guidelines. However, the board said the phrase was often used rhetorically to mean down with Khamenei and did not represent a credible threat of violence. It also issued recommendations to better protect political speech. The Oversight Board acts independently to make decisions about what contents should be permitted or banned on Meta's platforms, which also include Instagram and WhatsApp. And in sports, Lionel Messi is expected to make his first appearance for Paris Saint-Germain since his World Cup triumph in a Ligue 1 clash at home against Angers tomorrow. The 35-year-old took part in training with his teammates today, a little over 3 weeks after Argentina's victory over France at the World Cup final in Qatar. He was granted a 2-week holiday back in his home country following the tournament, before returning to Paris and being given a guard of honor at PSG's training ground last Wednesday. The 7-time Ballon d'Or winner, who scored 12 goals in 19 games this season for his club prior to the World Cup, did not take part in PSG's win at third-tier side Châteauneuf in the French Cup at the weekend. In entertainment, U.S. rapper Meek Mill has apologized for secretly filming a music video in Ghana's presidential palace, also known as Jubilee House. The star caused uproar with the video, which saw him lip-syncing in the palace's corridors and halls and even behind the presidential lectern. He was accused of desecrating Jubilee House while members of parliament raised questions about the potential security risks. In a statement, Mill said he would take responsibility for his mistake. He added that officials for Ghana's president, Nana Akufo-Addo, may not have been aware he was shooting a music video, saying the setup had been a small camera and a kid. So on the news, there's a summary of the major stories. Local vigilante group have apprehended some suspected kidnappers in Emoa local government area of Rivers State. The federal government has assured that 2023 elections will hold as planned. You heard that Governor Samuel Otom has denied that the G5 governors have resolved to work for Atiku Abubakar. And on the foreign scene, we told you that a group of volunteers have gone on trial for carrying out migrant rescue missions off Greece. And that was the news. Is edited by Ifunaya Obemenduke. For comments and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can also read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com. I am Faustina Oputu. Good evening. Thanks for listening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year!
Welcome to 2023. A new year is like a fresh land. You need to cultivate it, weed, plant, prune, and water to reap its harvest. In 2023, don't neglect your land. Don't plant what you don't intend to harvest. Don't hesitate to labor for your plants to grow. And always pray for life and good health to enjoy your harvest. Cheers to a fruitful 2023 from Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. The voice of the
I just want to say thank you. 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 Oh, me love it, yeah. I'm alone, yeah. I'll replay this moment for months. Alone in my head, waiting for it to come. I wrote all your lines and the script in my mind, and I hope that you follow it for once. I imagine myself inside in the room with platinum and gold eyes, dancing, catch your eye, you be mesmerized, oh. Find the corner there, your hands in my hair, finally we're here, so why? Saying you got a flight, need an early night, no, don't go yet.
Well, good evening to you, our lovely listeners, and welcome to another edition of Soccer Nation, the best 50 minutes of football you will get anywhere on radio. And I'm Henry Ogugo, here to give you the latest and trending stories from the world of football. So let's get this show on the road. Vamos!
Don't go yet, 'cause I wore this dress for a little drama. And I bet that you think that you know, but you don't, baby, come to mama.
And we start from the camp of the Flying Eagles, where head coach Ladan Bosso has sent 10 players home due to age discrepancies and falsified documents. Now, the 35-man squad was invited by the Nigerian under-20 coach yesterday in advance of the AFCON competition that will take place next month. However, the majority of the players on the list are from academies rather than the Nigerian League One and the Nigerian Professional Football League. A member of the team's backroom staff revealed that the majority of the elite league players were discovered to be above age, and some had issues with their documents in response to the questions of why MPFL players failed to dominate the team. However, 6 of the players who had dual passports with different ages were also sent packing. It has been said that the screening scheduled for Monday, January 9th, 2023, will involve a careful examination of his boys as he gets them ready for the competition. Now, most of these players who are impressive but above age were screened out, as the goal is still to assemble a team for the future. Now, Egypt will host the event, which is scheduled to take place from February 19th to March 11th, 2023. And from there, it's time to talk about Super Eagles striker Peter Olayinka, as he has signed a deal with Serbian giants Red Star Belgrade ahead of a transfer in July. Now, Olayinka left Ghent for Slavia Prague in 2018 and has been great since he joined. The 27-year-old Nigerian international scored for 3 goals and registered 23 assists in 169 appearances. He has helped the club to 3 league triumphs and 2 domestic cup titles since he joined. Now, Olayinka's contract at the club is supposed to expire at the end of the season, but he has refused to sign a contract extension. However, Red Star Belgrade has swooped in for him, as the club announced via a social media handle that they have acquired Olayinka's services for the next 4 years. But he would have to wait till July, when his contract expires at Slavia Prague, before he's able to team up with his new club. And now it's time to talk about Super Eagles striker Josh Maja, as his coach David at Girondins de Bordeaux, David Gouin, has talked up the importance of the Nigerian forward to his team setup. Now, Maja has been Bordeaux's top goal scorer this term with 8 goals and 3 assists in 17 Ligue 2 appearances. Now, Super Eagles strikers' 11 goal contribution makes up 50% of the total goals for Bordeaux, having managed total of goals that Bordeaux has managed in the league this season. Now, still critics have called for Bordeaux head coach David Gouin to convert Maja to a winger to accommodate other favoured forwards. Now, Gouin has shut down those calls, insisting that Maja is a complete striker who can bring more than just goal scoring to the opposition's danger area. Now, citing Maja's fine finish against Rennes in the Coupe de France at the weekend as an example, Gouin highlights how the 23-year-old initiated the move that led to the goal and was on hand to finish it expertly with his left foot. We worked a lot on our offensive animation during the winter break. Josh Maja is an important part of our game, Gouin said. We also discussed a lot with him so that he is more present, much more present, more dangerous, also in the penalty area. Besides, I liked his goal on Saturday because he's the originator and the finisher, so I think that role showcases his qualities. Personally, I like him. When you play with deep players next to him or on the flanks, it doesn't matter. He played very well. In any case, when he has the ball at his feet, you need movement vertically, because behind him, he can put the balls as he wants. Now, Maja is not only Bordeaux's top marksman, but is also the joint top scorer in the French second division. Now, Bordeaux do sit second on the league table and can return to the Ligue 1 if they finish in that spot or top at the end of the campaign. Now we head over to Italy, talk about Super Eagles defender Olayinka, as reports have it that English Premier League side Leeds United are leading the race for the signature of the Nigerian international, as the club remains keen on adding to its defensive ranks this January. Now, it's claimed that Leeds were keen on signing Aino from Torino in the January transfer window, and the versatile defender's current contract expires in June. And despite efforts to extend the player's contract for the foreseeable future, both parties have not been able to reach an agreement, and now Torino are open to cashing in on the wingback and are looking for an €8 million transfer fee for the 26-year-old. Now, Aino joined Torino in 2018 from Chelsea, initially on a loan deal, before the Italians made the deal permanent the following season after an impressive campaign. Now, the defender has become an integral part of manager Ivan Juric's side, having featured in 10 Serie A games so far this season and scoring 1 goal. Now, with the scoring contract coming to an end in the summer of 2023, the Italians don't want to lose the player for free and are ready to listen to offers for the Super Eagles defender. It's however reported that Jesse Marsch's side are willing to meet the demands of Torino and pay €8 million plus £2 million, which is £2 million less than what Torino paid for the wingback to sign him from Chelsea. And from there, we head over to Europe to talk about Welsh and former Real Madrid forward Gareth Bale, as he has retired from professional football at the age of 33. Now, the former Tottenham and Real Madrid forward, who spent last season at LAFC in the MLS, was part of the Wales squad for the 2022 World Cup in Qatar. Now, Bale has described the decision to quit international football as by far the hardest of his career. He also added that his journey on the international stage is one that has changed not only his life, but who he is. Now, the Welshman won 5 Champions League titles and the La Liga 3 times at Real Madrid, with 3 Club World Cups, 3 UEFA Super Cups, and the Spanish Cup, and is considered one of Britain's greatest ever football exports. After a careful and thoughtful consideration, I announced my immediate retirement from club and international football, Bill said. I feel incredibly fortunate to have realized my dream of playing the sport I love. Now, Cardiff-born Bill's career took him from Southampton to Tottenham Hotspur and a world record transfer to Spanish giants Real Madrid before his move to Major League Soccer club Los Angeles FC in June 2022. Now, he was his country's talisman as they reached the 2016 and 2020 European Championships before he led Wales at their first ever World Cup since 1958 at Qatar 2022, ending his international career with 41 goals in 111 appearances. And now it's time to talk about another man who is retiring, but this time only from international football, Hugo Lloris. Now, the Tottenham captain's decision comes 3 weeks after France were beaten by Argentina on penalties at the 2022 World Cup final in Qatar on December 18th. Now, Lloris had captained his country to the World Cup victory 4 years earlier when they won the 2018 tournament. I've decided to stop my international career with the feeling that I've given everything, Lloris said. I think it is important to announce this now, 2.5 months before the start of Euro qualifying. Now, France have been drawn with Gibraltar, Greece, Netherlands, and Republic of Ireland in their Euro 2024 qualifying group. And Lloris made his international debut as a 21-year-old in the friendly against Uruguay in November 2008. He won his 145th cap in the World Cup finals defeat by Argentina, which made him France's record appearance maker. Lloris captained France 121 times, which is also a record. And from there, we head over to England, to the Midlands, to be precise, as Aston Villa have agreed a fee with Real Betis believed to be around £12.5 million for defender Alex Moreno. Now, the left-back is due to fly to Birmingham on Wednesday to undergo a medical and discuss personal terms. Now, Moreno had not travelled with the rest of the Betis squad to Saudi Arabia for the Spanish Super Cup. The 29-year-old has started 14 out of Betis' 15 La Liga games this season and has made 122 appearances for the club since joining from Rayo Vallecano in 2019. And from there, we head over to London to talk about Chelsea Football Club of England as they are in advanced talks to sign Joao Felix on loan from Atletico Madrid. Now, the Blues look set to beat beat Premier League rivals Manchester United and Arsenal to the signing of the Portugal forward, with neither side willing to pay the €11 million loan fee. Now, Felix will provide a much-needed boost to the head coach Graham Potter's attacking options, with his side scoring just 20 goals in 17 Premier League matches this season. Now, despite the transfer window only being open for just over a week, Chelsea have already been active in January, signing Benoit Badiashile, David Datro Fofana, and Andre Santos. Now, Potter will hope that their arrivals can help to improve the team's form, with just one win coming from their last 7 matches in all competitions. And from there, we head over to the Championship to talk about Norwich Football Club, as they have turned down an offer from an unnamed Championship club for Todd Cantwell amid interest from Rangers in the midfielder. Now, it's thought that Norwich are prepared to listen to offers for the 24-year-old who is out of contract in the summer, but the offer from a rival EFL side was not enough to tempt the Carrow Road side into a deal. It's understood that Rangers are monitoring Cantwell but have yet to make that interest formal. Now, Cantwell has made 18 league appearances this season, the last of which was as a substitute against Middlesbrough in November, and was left out of Norwich squad to face Blackburn Rovers in the FA Cup by new boss David Wagner. Now, when asked about the potential interest in Cantwell, who has 4 England under-21 caps, Rangers boss Michael Beale had this to say. Todd was an excellent player when he was young and playing against my Liverpool under-23s. I thought he would go on and have a fantastic career. He had that at the start, and he's maybe just looking for a move to reignite it, but I think he's a fantastic player at a good age. And from there, we head across the border to Scotland to talk about Celtic Football Club, as they are holding talks with John Book Hyundai Motors technical director Ji-sung Park in London after making a bid of around £3 million for striker Ju Sung-cho. Now, it's understood that South Korean international is a player Rangers are also aware of, but no official approach has been made for the player. Now, Bundesliga club Mainz made an offer similar to Celtics, while Ferencváros were also interested in the 24-year-old but have not tabled a bid as of yet. Now, reports in South Korea suggest that MLS club Minnesota United were also looking at a deal that would eclipse any offers currently on table for Cho. Now, Celtic have been scouring the globe for talent recently, with scouts sent to countries including South Korea, Iran, and the UAE. It's understood that a number of targets from the Middle East and Asia have emerged. The Hoops have already signed Yuki Kobayashi and Tomiko Iwata from the J League in this window, as well as Canada right back Alistair Johnson from MLS side CF Montreal. And lastly on the menu, we head over to Italy to talk about Atalanta midfielder team Koop Miners. Now, Koop Miners admits that the transfer links to Liverpool are nice to see, but Atlanta intend to fend off any advances from Anfield. Now, Jurgen Klopp's side remains in the market for midfield additions, with another window now open, with the Premier League heavyweights considered to be in the need of a major upgrade in that department. Now, Netherlands international Koop Miners is one of the several targets set to be registering on the Merseyside recruitment radar, with the 24-year-old who represented his country at the 2022 World Cup pleased to be attracting such interest. I saw the links and the stories about Liverpool. Nice to see that, but I'm 100% focused on Atlanta. I'm so happy to play here, Koop Miners said. Now, Atlanta Chiefs will be delighted to hear that, as Koop Miners has no desire to take on a new challenge, as the Serie A outfit have no intention of selling. Now, sporting director Tony Diamaco had this to say: "There's nothing concrete with Liverpool. We welcome the interest, but he's one of our players." And that's it for today, guys. It's been fun and exciting hanging out with you. This was Soccer Nation, and I am Henry Ogugo. Join us same station, same time tomorrow for more exciting football stories. But until then, my job here is done.
Are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Every day, every hour. Port Harcourt. Are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Okay, it's live on Today 95.1 FM. Where else can be better? Tuning on to Today 95.1 FM, and we will make your day.
Right now, right here.
24 hours a day, all week long.
This is Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Time's getting short. And now, the moment you've been waiting for.
This is Port Harcourt's number one.
Here we go.
Your number one talk radio station. 95.1 FM. Today.
Tell me what you want. I can be your friend. I can be your muse. Call my name and I'll be there. Do you know me? Do you know me? I am Dave Roberts, your favorite guy on radio. Catch me when you can.
Have you ever felt this?
On with the show!
On with the show.
Best in talk, news, sports, and every other conversation. We are Today.
Now that's entertainment.
Another banger, baby, calm down. Yo, this your body puts in my heart for lockdown. Yo, you sweet life, phantom. If I tell you say I love you, you know they for me young girl. Oh, young girl. No, tell me no, oh. reach my house, I see me got a small wall. As me I wake up, now she did my mind don't walk. Then one day two, one of you folk go off. Now so me I go long, see me feeling go off.
Got my hand on your heart now, I can feel it race. If I leave and you say you can never love again. Wanna give you it all, but can't promise that I'll stay. And that's the risk you take.
Baby, calm down, calm down. Yo, this your body, it puts in my heart for lockdown, oh lockdown. Yo, you sweet life, phantom, phantom. If I tell you say I love you, you know they for me, young girl, oh young girl. No, tell me no, 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 oh, 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 oh. Baby, come give me your lo, 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 lo.
Hey, remember the boy there? Remember when people were saying he was sounding like an Indian? Right now it's paying off for him, okay? The brother is topping the charts all the way in India, right? So the whole Indian thing that he was doing, okay, prior to this time, might just pay off, okay? Now, India has like one of the biggest populations in the world, all right? So when you're topping charts in countries like India, like you're representing Asia, you're big. And like I said when I started the show, like he's finally gotten that recognition. I think he's broken into the top 4 or top 3. Burna Boy, Wizkid, Davido, and Rema. Finally! All right, Tiki was there before, but I think right now Rema has taken the plaque, and it's just crazy. Anyways, welcome to the show. It's Entertainment Recap right here on Today 95.1 FM. Such a wonderful Tuesday to be alive. Okay. It's our show where we get to talk about everything trending in the entertainment space here in Nigeria and all the parts of the world. We talk about them, give the gist, the latest gist, and the happenings. And of course, we get to entertain ourselves, all right? Play games, enjoy ourselves, just catch cruise, okay? Too much of the stress. I mean, brother, if you're driving in PH City right now, and you're using AC in your car, They're looking at you, okay, like, how do you have so much money? Are you a government official? I mean, how do you drive with AC in your cars right now? When every other person is driving and the windows are just down, you're seeing the faces of everyone, the ones who you think had money. All right, everyone is a common person right now. I be common person. Now, me maybe drive without AC, okay? I'm a man like you. It's crazy right now. And I know things are definitely not the way we expected them to be, especially in January, but don't worry, everything will be fine. Just calm down, right? Like Rema said, calm down, drink water, chill, relax, and pray and plan that we don't vote in monsters next month. I've been seeing a lot of campaigns, and I'm like, bro, are you okay? Like, who? Are you blind? But anyways, it's not my business, okay? If Nigeria doesn't work, it would move over to another country. Probably, I don't know. I'm just... But anyways, let's try, okay? Let's just try and do the right things. Anyways, welcome to the show. Before we go, and happy birthday shout out to you. If you are celebrating your birthday today, congratulations. I will definitely celebrate you any day, anytime. So congratulations to you if you are celebrating your birthday today. And in case you're celebrating something that is special to you, regardless of what is special, you just got a new job, you got a new house, you broke up with the lady who has been sniffing the life out of you. Yes, it's a good thing. We are happy. The men are happy for you. If you found the love of your life, congratulations. And any other thing that is worth celebrating, Today 95.1 FM is celebrating with you today. All right, so what's been happening? Like I said, Rema is topping the charts, the biggest song, excluding the U.S. I'm like, what's excluding the U.S.? Put the U.S. inside if they have the nerve to compete with what we're giving to the world right now. All right, so excluding the United States of America, Rema's song is #1 globally. All right, don't ask me how I got the stats. Go check it out on socials or just Google, okay? It's the biggest song on planet Earth right now. At number 1, it's the biggest song, and also it's top on the charts in India. It's a wonderful thing for Afrobeats. It's a wonderful thing for the new generation, the Gen Z generation. You know, remember when Burna Boy said, you know, Rema makes him see himself in him. All right? I know you don't understand what I said, but yeah. Yeah, so Rema is just killing it gradually, and we're thinking probably we might just be seeing the replacement for Wizkid. All right? Well, Burna Boy and Thames right now, those people are just out of the world, and they're going to be there for a very long time. For the new generation, Wizkid, okay, no, for the new generation, Fireboy, what's his name again? Oxlade, who has a great song collaboration with Camila Cabello, a wonderful song also. Closer, the remix. If you haven't checked it out, go check it out. The video is absolutely amazing. All right? And we're seeing this new generation continually push the boundaries. People that, you know, we never thought would get to that extent where we have raking in billions of streams for their songs. They're doing it right now. So yes, kudos to them. Anyways, since it's a Tuesday, let's not bore you with too much talk, right? Let's give you an opportunity for you to win on the show. All right, since it's Game Chaser, Brain Teaser Tuesday, right? Get to hit me up with the number 0817 0000951 or 0810 951 0951, okay? 0817 0000951 or 0810 951 0951. Rema's winning. Every other person is winning. You are winning. All right. Let's head straight to the phone lines. 95.1 fam. Good evening.
Hello. It's Salvation from Alakaya.
Salvation. Is this your first time calling on the show? Yes, I got your name. Is this your first time calling on the show?
Yeah.
All right. Okay. So what do you want to play? What game do you want to play? The yes, no game, the spelling bee game, the country game? Which game do you want to play?
The spelling game.
You want to play the spelling game?
Yeah.
I want to make it complicated for you.
Okay.
Now, I'm going to mention the letters in the word, and you're going to figure it out yourself.
Okay.
All right. So I'll give you an example, right? I'll give you an example. My name is Dave, okay? And yes, my name is Dave. That's my name.
Okay.
Okay, so if I mention E-A-V-D, you're able to figure it out that word is Dave, okay?
Okay, I'm ready.
All right, let's start with this one. Okay, let's see. I'll make it really simple for you. Okay. All right, let's do this. The first letter is S.
S?
Yes. Second letter is R.
Okay.
Third letter is I.
Okay.
Fourth letter is E.
Okay.
Fifth letter is R.
Is this street?
I'll go again. First letter is S.
Okay.
Second letter R.
Okay.
Third letter I.
Okay.
Fourth V.
E and the last letter R.
R.
Sure.
What do you say?
Like, I don't. It's looking confusing. Should I pronounce it?
Put it together and pronounce it and tell me the word.
Okay, it's Rhea.
Is it? Is what? It is Rhea. My brother, it's not Rhea. It can never be Rhea. I gave you the clues, man. I said S, I said R, I said E, I said I said V, I said R. Come on, it's too cheap, okay? Hit me up with the numbers again. 0817 0000951 or 0810 951 0951. I'm not going to make it really complicated for you, all right? I'll give you really simple words. Okay, let's do it again. 0817 0000951 or 0810 9510 951. Hello and welcome. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
I'm John.
Mr. John. Is this your first time calling on the show?
Yeah.
Uncle John, you're welcome. All right, let's play the game. What game do you want to go for? Yes, no game, spelling bee game, country game, which of them?
I want to play the country game.
You want to play the country game?
Yes, the country game.
Okay. So you're going to tell me the name of a particular person from a particular country.
Okay, that's right.
All right. Let's do this. So someone from Nigeria is called Nigerian, right?
Yeah.
Someone from Israel is an Israeli, right? Or an Israelite. How about someone from Taiwan?
Someone from Taiwan is called
okay, it's called what? It's called Chinese. Whether it's not called Chinese. It's not called Chinese now, bruv. No, not yet, okay? 0817 0000951 or 0810 951 0951. Back to the phone lines. 95.1fm. Good evening. What's your name? Hello, who's there? Okay, call me back. Bro, the network is crazy, the spirit. I don't know how many of you have been experiencing the very bad situation of connections these days, but I don't know. Should we cry for them? Should we beg them? 95.1fm. Hello, good evening.
Okay, can I go for another one?
You want to go for another game or you want to go for another try?
Hello.
Hey, I can hear you. Is this
the first one?
Which first one? You want to go? No, you can't go for it. Come on, y'all. You would have to take another word again. Hello?
Hello.
Do you want to play another game or you want to take it another time?
Another game.
Another game, all right? Do you want to go with a yes-no game? You just try and avoid saying yes or no.
Yes or no?
Mm-hmm.
Ready.
That's what you want to play?
Yes or no.
Okay. So you avoid saying yes, you avoid saying no during the period of the conversation.
This is my first time. This is my first time.
What's your name?
Salvation is equal.
Okay, Salvation, you called again. All right, let's play. All right, so the time starts now. Okay. So what's the situation of things at your end? Do you have fuel? Salvation. Hey, yeah. He has gone. No, he left without saying goodbye. All right. 95.1fm. Good evening. What's your name? Good evening. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yes, I'm Apostle Levi. I'm calling you from Mobile.
Apostle, you're welcome. Good evening to you, sir.
Good evening. Yes.
All right, you're welcome. So what game do you want to play?
Tell me the first.
Okay, so there is a spelling bee game where you spell words. There is the country game. And there is you want to play the country game?
Yes.
Okay. So you're going to tell me the name of a person from a particular country.
Okay.
All right. So, if someone from Germany is called German, and someone from Italy is called Italian, what about someone from Croatia?
Somebody from Croatia.
Yes, Croatia.
It's called Croatia.
Is it?
It's called Croatia.
I can't. It's called what? also. No. It's not Crochania. No. All right. I'll take one more call. All right. Now, Dave, don't do this, okay? Come on, Dave, don't do this. I mean, not everyone knows the name of a person from a particular country, right? Yeah, so I'm telling you now, have your phone. So I would ask that person. All right, I'll ask you what the person is called, okay? Have your phones, go on Google right now. 95.1fm. Good evening, what's your name? This is who?
My name is Chris, calling from Port Harcourt.
Your name is Chris, calling from Port Harcourt. Hello, Chris, can you hear me? Yes, but it's a bit shaky. All right, let's go. What game do you want to play?
Tell me the shot you have, please.
Okay, there is the country game where you tell me the name of a person from a particular country. There is the yes-no game where you avoid saying yes and no. And there is a spelling game where I'll give you... Yes, no, it is. All right, let's start. Okay, so tell me, what is happening at your end? The field situation.
It's very crazy here in the sense that there's no field. The next field, the filling station that have field must still in the foundry. So my son is 95, but they came to me.
Okay.
No, the power is operated.
Okay. Well, sorry, is this your first time calling on the show?
It's my first time calling on this very show, but that's not my first time calling into 95.1.
Okay, this is your first time calling on this very show.
Yeah.
I got you there. Come on, Dave. You're not meant to be wicked in 2023, right? You're like a man of peace this time, okay? Because we're preaching peace. But no, just drop small violence here and there. Makes it more beautiful and interesting. All right, so it's time for me to bounce. I'm sorry I couldn't give out any prize to anyone. Unfortunately, no one won on my show. I'm really sorry. Yes. This is how I'm feeling right now. But we'll do this again next week, Tuesday. It's called Brain Teaser Tuesday game night. We're gonna have fun together. All right, stay tuned. More interesting programs coming your way. Phone line still buzzing. After now, we will be taking calls and reports from your area. What's been happening? I heard the fuel prices dropped to like 185 at some places in PH City. And still like 460, 430, 450 at some other places. I really need to know. Give us the updates, okay? Give us updates as quick as possible. Got to go right now, but you can follow Today 95.1fm on socials, on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter. On our social media handles, it's Today FM 951. For my personal handle, it's David Melford Roberts on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. Do have yourself a wonderful evening. Kiss Daniel, the new song. I really love the song. Enjoy it.
No matter the matter, RTID. Come on. Suffer for work, enjoy for heaven. This thing they happen to anyone. I come from nothing. Enter many things, but this thing they happen to anyone. Yeah. I live the life that I love the life that I live. Tomorrow is not promised, but I'll keep the things that I need. Love is in the air, where feels mine. No matter the matter, I'll be rich till I die. I'll be rich till I die.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
Are you a fan of world-class hospitality who always desire top-notch comfort, style, luxury, quality service delivery, uninterrupted power supply, and 24/7 internet connectivity? If yes is your answer, then we have good news for you. Golden Tulip Port Harcourt Hotel is a 4-star international brand hotel strategically located in 3 beautiful locations in the heart of Port Harcourt City. We are at number 1C Evo Crescent, GRA Phase 2 Port Harcourt. Also at number 63 23, Ken Tyro Wiwa, former Stadium Road, Port Harcourt. And number 35, Walker Street, off Abacha Road, GRA, Phase 3, Port Harcourt. At Golden Chili Port Harcourt Hotel, we offer our customers a wide range of bespoke hospitality service options that fit their respective choices. Please call us on 070-2546-1378 or 070-4235-5124. You can also call us on 070-577-7780. Do you know that you can enjoy a 30% discount on our weekend rates? Send us an email on sm@goldenchilipotaka.com. Visit us on social media, Facebook Golden Chili Port Harcourt Hotels, at GTPHC, Instagram at Golden Chili Port Harcourt. Golden Chili Port Harcourt Hotel. Playtime anytime.
When the weather becomes strict and everything becomes unsteady, the only way to go is tune to Today 95.1 FM. And the world of information, entertainment, and education will be served as breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Welcome to the show. You're listening to today's Quest, a newspaper review segment is what we've
Now,
got.
who says I can't bring the party to your house right now? Because, even if it's raining, I still bring the heat right here.
I am here for you, and I know you are here for me.
It is surely the best 15 minutes of football you can find anywhere on radio.
People. Back here in the Garden City of Port Harcourt. Today, 95.1 FM. Nothing but the best. Nothing but the best.
Corruption is a dishonest action that destroys people's trust. Corruption takes many forms and can be interpreted by many people in many ways. It is hard to enter into any sector in Nigeria without observing one corrupt practice or the other. The faces of corruption ranges from political, universities and college, bank sector, the civil service, even the religious bodies. In Nigeria, factors like greed, poor youth empowerment, poverty, unemployment, etc. are said to be responsible for corruption. However, no reason is good enough to be corrupt, because corruption is capable of crippling our economy, raise poverty level, bring about national crisis, as well as poor national development. Stop the embezzlement and misappropriation of public or government funds, bribery, malpractice, man no man, and treat all citizens equally today. A corrupt-free nation is possible. This message is powered by your premium talk radio Today 95.1 FM. The voice of the people.
Officer, take. Officer, give me number. No time. Ma, they match am. They go.
What? You bribing the officer of the law? You're under arrest. Let me see your papers. You can go. They're in order. Drive safe, okay?
I don't understand though. No be the same country again. Officer reject bribe. They arrested me yesterday. That yesterday, I go do my papers. See as I pass now. I pass without fear. You too, make you do wetin dey right. For we country to better, it is for we hand. If you like, do like say you know hear am. To give or to take bribe, na offense.
No, I don't hear am, Abi. You hear am too, Abi. you hear am. You hear am well. They themselves, they hear am. Now the voice of the people. Now him bring this message given now. Today 95.1 FM. Now we be the voice of the people.
I am a proud Nigerian. I have been placed here by God for a time such as this.
The degradation, challenges, and problems faced by Nigeria are the perfect backdrop for me to develop and utilize my God-given potential.
I will not complain. I will not criticize. Rather, I will use my skills, gifts, relationships,
and experience to find long-lasting and revolutionary solutions to the many challenges confronting Nigeria.
Nigeria will rise again.
Because I am here, I will leave this nation
a better place than I met it. I will work to make Nigeria a praise on the earth.
I will work to make Nigeria a praise on the earth. So help me God.
Let me tell you how I got this far.
This message is brought to you by Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People.
95.1 FM, Voice of the People.
And we're back.
Minutes gone past 7 p.m. and it is the 10th day of January, right? Yes. Okay. All right. Just now, 10th day in the month of January. Dave, I think the month is running very fast.
No, I disagree.
You disagree?
By now, we should have been
Dave, you don't have money.
talking about.
Tell me.
We should have been talking about.
You finished all your money.
No, I didn't. I made sure I didn't have an elaborate Christmas. So everything is still like we're still pinching small. Yeah.
So how come the month is low for you?
I mean, like other months by now we're already like 17th or 18th already.
So you want to agree with the people who say like January has
70 days? Yeah, actually.
You've reduced it. I thought it was 90 days. Okay.
Oh
because you still have some money.
Yeah.
I've reduced the days to 70. Okay.
But that doesn't mean I can't have more money though. Like if you have money, you can share to me. I don't mind.
Dave, you have money. Leave me. you have money. Leave me alone. All right. This is Area Talk on Today 95.1 FM. My name is Faustina Oputu, and you just heard the voice of Dave Roberts. Dave, how are you doing?
I am wonderful. It's a wonderful time to be here again. Apart from the fact that the fuel issue is gradually making it difficult for you to have an easy ride whenever you're going out in Port Harcourt. It's quite hectic at this time. It's either you're driving and you're no more aces again. Just go back to the natural way, take the breeze.
Austerity measures.
Enjoy the environment. Just let your hair blow in the wind. That kind of vibe. No more AC. You enter, you wind
But you
down.
go in Nigeria, Sha. Back in my country, we trek.
Oh, really? Wow.
We walk
Okay.
We walk long distances.
Yeah.
When you in Nigeria, from here to from Today FM drive to Alakaya, you want to take a cab. Why? It's bad, Dave. You should walk.
Well,
Trek.
Like we saw the look-alike of the president trekking and walking.
You should do that more often. I think it's healthy.
Yes. So what I do is I find a way.
Do you have a bicycle?
No, I don't. But I work out also. So yes, I find a way to, most of the times, once or twice in a week, I just move around and come back and just do that around my area.
Okay. So for me, my best exercise is
sleeping.
No. Taking long walks.
Oh.
And I love the roads smooth.
Oh.
The ones they have around Old GRA.
Yeah.
The ones they have around D-Line.
D-Line access.
Yes, well planned. So I can just
some places in Transamadi also.
Okay.
Yeah, they're easy, smooth roads there.
Okay, I love those roads because I could just take a long walk, walk down the road and then the next and the next, by the time I get to the house, I'm feeling lighter. Probably just have my bath and then,
go on the bed.
Yeah.
And continue the exercise from there.
I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, I mean, the fuel situation, I don't know what we are going to do. I don't know what we're going to do. I hear it's countrywide, but then again, I think we're feeling the impacts more in River State. I don't know.
The south.
Yeah,
southeastern states.
Even the southeastern. It seems like we're feeling the heat more in River State because, I mean, I've been seeing people talk about, post about the transport fares and the fuel prices in different states in the south. And we're talking about 380, 400,
500, 600.
Yes.
And then for black marketers, they sell at 800, 1,000.
That's terrible.
It's such a bad time to even be, I wouldn't say it's such a bad time to be Nigerian, because I think these are the pivotal moments that make us decide, about the new administration that would come. And if you don't see this as the pointer, I know, stop giving me that look.
Okay.
If you don't see this as a pointer towards choosing the right people, probably when we start buying fuel at 1,000 naira, 2,000 naira, maybe some people would wake up then.
Can I shock you?
I know.
You know that.
I know what you want to say, yes.
Do you?
Help me. Some people will still go the opposite direction.
Exactly. Some people tell you, well, what you're going through is, is world over. They'll start telling you inflation and everything in the UK, in the US. It's not, this is not peculiar to Nigeria. So you like to complain, you will love to complain and all of those. We have people like that. So they will still go and vote for the people who would still take us through this path. So you see.
Personal interest, always been a problem.
Yeah, exactly.
It's always been a problem.
Exactly.
I saw a group of young people, and then the question was, who would you in the forthcoming election? And I wouldn't say everyone has his or her own opinion. Everyone is entitled to choose. But judging by indices, I looked at these people and I said, probably they are inept to a certain degree, so they can't make decisive, logical decisions at this time.
What if they feel the same way about you?
The pointers are too clear.
For them, they have reasons, to go with the candidate that they're going with. And
which would be?
I don't know the candidate they're going with, but then again, they will think that, well, because you are going with a particular candidate, they will think you are inept. Well, you're not seeing what they are seeing because they believe in the capability of their candidate.
Let me ask you a question for Stino.
Yeah.
What are the indices that set let's use the word, a paradigm for a leader?
Yeah.
For you. What are the indices that set that yardstick for, who a leader should be?
I mean, for me, I'll look at the personality of that that leader, I'm going to look at certain characteristics. That would be probably integrity. I would look at your antecedents.
Okay.
What have you been able to achieve?
Okay.
How far or how well have you been able to lead? Going by that. And then, what are you offering?
Okay.
And moving on from what you're offering, I mean, you're going to tell me what you're offering, right? And how are you going to offer me that?
All right. Does this include in any way physical features, like knowing how capable this person is intellectually, physically, mentally, psychologically,
absolutely,
health-wise?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
All right. I think
you've got to be fit all round.
I think you've answered my question.
You've got to be fit all
round.
So
we now know what ineptitude means on the part of those young children.
Oh, well, I know that they will still come with an argument, whether they think it's a superior argument or not. They will definitely come with an argument. But then again, I think that we should go beyond personal interest in politics.
Yeah.
Especially at this critical moment of our country where, I mean, all we do almost every day, in fact, every day is we wake up and then we're hit by something, one sad story after the other.
Yeah.
That shouldn't be. I mean, can we not just wake up one morning as Nigerians and hear good news for the entire day?
Oh, the federal government has, what country? I think it was Malaysia or Singapore, one of the Asian countries. I think they did something, and then the profit was so much that they had to share money. This was just last week, across all the citizens.
All of them.
Everybody entitled to a certain figure.
God, when?
I don't know if it was Cyprus or Asia. One of the countries in Asia shared money across.
And
also the deepening economical factors. Oh, I mean, they're going through a lot. We have made enough money. I'll Google it and I'll share to you. I'll let you know.
Now, I'm just wondering, when all those loots are being returned.
Do you understand?
Send some to Dave, to Faustina, to everyone.
If you can't get to me, well, I don't mind. What about people who can't work? People who are incapacitated? People who have one, condition that stops them from being as productive as we are? What are people who are what are people who have been out of jobs, who can't feed, they have a family to take care of? These are people who need money. I'm not saying I don't need money, but there are people who need money more than me. I mean, just to eat and survive. Do you understand? So it's going to be a sad one if we wake up. When is the date again? Is it 25th?
Yeah.
Of February, and then we go and then put your thumb there and thumbprint and say, look, this person is the person I think would lead Nigeria for the next 8 years. 8 years is a whole lot of time. It's almost a decade. And then you know fully well that you're doing it because of your personal interest. Probably they promised you 20K or 30K.
20K for 8 years.
Or, do you understand? Which would lose value.
Are you talking about value?
Before the next
Are you
month
talking about
or
value?
the next 2-3 months.
Once you get the 20K, it's gone.
It's gone.
It's gone.
You don't go.
You don't go. Just like that. So.
And you sit back and complain again and say, hey, Dave, these are the reasons. This is why we keep talking. No. If we can't do anything next month, I mean, next month is so crucial in the history of Nigeria.
It is.
Man, I feel like it's like the World Cup final, and we're playing there. The decisive moment for the next 8 years. The child who is going to be given birth, into being born this year is going to be 8 next 8 years. The one who is 8 is going to be 16. The one who is 16 is going to be 24. The one who is 24 is going to be 32. The one who is 32 is going to be 40. So it's not a small period of time. It's not one transition to the other. No, we have to be deliberate. Deliberate about this.
All right. That being said, welcome to Area Talk on Today 95.1 FM. Yeah. Well, we need to talk about all of these issues every time we come on the air, okay? So people know what exactly, just in case you don't know what we're going through. I mean, you're not in the cave. You're not coming from the cave somewhere you know exactly what we're going through in Nigeria. If you pretend not to know what exactly is going on, oh well, we're going through a lot in Nigeria. And so this year is the decisive year. Come February, we're going to elect the next president of the country, and we need that president, to lead the country towards the right direction. Now, towards the promised land. Yeah, that's where we need to be. We're tired of being in the wilderness. We want to get to the promised land, the land of milk and honey. That's where we want to be, right? So, yeah, this is Area Talk on Today 95.1 FM. Your eyewitness report show. It means that you can call in, texting, send us WhatsApp and let us know what is going on in your area. Make sure it's something you witnessed, okay? Something you saw with your two naked eyes. So you'll be able to give us all the fine, tiny details of whatever situation or incident that you witnessed. And again, you can call in and let us know all of those basic amenities you're lacking in your community, in your clan, in your local government, and of course in the state, okay? So this is the platform for you to do that. In due course, we'll open up the lines for you to partake on the show. But in the meantime, you know how we start off? We start off with stories around River State. We talk about some issues before we open up the phone lines. And this particular report looking at me directly in the eye, telling me, Faustina, talk about me. Dave, please talk about me.
Please do. Let's do it.
It's not new. It's not new. And I think we've had someone talk about this issue. We brought someone to talk about this issue one time. And the last time, I think we tried, but we didn't succeed to bring in the person to talk about it. I'm talking about the NAPTIP people. So the River State Police Command says its operatives have raided a hideout used by child trafficking syndicates in Iguita and Omagwa communities. It feels like this is not the first time I'm hearing Iguita and these syndicates and Omagwa communities in the Kweri local government area of River State. Now, the police command also said it arrested suspects of the crime and recovered a vehicle during the operation. And the command public relations officer, Grace Iringekoko, in a statement said, operatives of C4I intelligence unit acting on credible intelligence.
Okay.
Incredible. When you hear credible intelligence, raided 2 houses at Iguita, Omagwa communities where victims of child trafficking were being kept. Iringe Koko, who is the superintendent of police, said 40-year-old Peace Alekoi, who is the alleged leader of the syndicate, Favor Bright, Noble Uzuchi, Chigozie Ogona were all arrested in the operation. Now, the statement revealed that victims rescued in the operation are 10, including those pregnant. So it means there were pregnant women there. SP Ringekoko said the investigation reveals that the syndicate leader keeps the babies after delivery and pays off the mothers 500,000 naira as settlement. 500,000 naira after 9 months. The statement said all the victims confirmed they were lured to the illicit sale of children to meet some financial challenges. The command public relations officer, while revealing that the case has been transferred to the State Criminal Investigation Department, assured that efforts are being intensified to track and arrest the buyers of the children already sold out. Okay. Lured into the business of selling children, and it's for 500,000 naira.
Wow.
In this economy. Now, I've never been there, but I've been with people who've been there, not the trafficking issue. I'm talking about the journey of pregnancy. And I see how, for some of them, it's really a terrible time. We have just a few women who would just go through the process.
And
like
come out and say,
it was nothing.
Yes,
in the next 1 month, I can even go there again. But there are others who will go through all of the pains from the first month, from, conception.
Yeah, I wanted to say that, yes.
From conception till the day they give birth. There are different issues for the entire 9 months.
Till the day they give birth, till the day. Some even, I had an experience, family experience where, preeclampsia was the issue. And, the mother of the child had her blood pressure rise to like 200. the doctors were saying if this child is not operated, if this pregnancy is not, or the birth of the child is not done by CS, the mother, the child would die. And before that, blood would come out from every available pores in the lady's body. And I was like, wow.
So it's that serious. So after all of these, a mother would go and sell her baby for 500,000 naira. And in this economy, what would 500,000 naira do for you? Absolutely nothing. Now, 500,000 naira can go down just in a day. In a day. And you know how sometimes money's gotten illicitly. They just go somehow. They just vanish somehow. So after going through all of this, you sell your child for this amount. That is really terrible. And now for, the people who, I don't know, I think the last time we talked about this, it was somewhere around durable access. That wasn't this child trafficking. It was about brothels. But then again,
selling children. Okay,
that wasn't. That wasn't that. It was for human trafficking.
Yes.
Yeah, that was it. So I don't know. 500,000 naira. You can equate it to human life, regardless of. Oh yes, we are in a terrible situation in the country, financial issues here and there, but that is not enough reason for you to sell your child.
Think about it this way. There is a particular state of mind that people already have, and it's a default mindset that once you get an amount of money, it might just take care of you for life. It might just solve all your problems.
Set you up for life.
Set you up for life. So when you hear people say, if I have 1 million naira, I'm a rich man for life. If I have 2 million naira, I'm never going to be poor again. Well, good. No one is praying for you to go back to square one. But yet again, how can we look babies in their eyes? Well, I would even say it's better than throwing them in drainage systems or disposing them on the road. I'm not saying it's the best option to sell their babies, but I've seen a case where she's about 10 or 15 now. She was thrown right there at the refuse dump site, and the woman who saw the child was driving out, almost, climbed the case or the whatever they used to tie the child and kept there. And then she just, for some reason, she just stopped and, what was the issue? And then she came down and looked, it was a child. Took the child to the hospital, and apparently that child is hers right now. The child is doing well, a wonderful, beautiful baby daughter. So it's crazy how these things work. I feel there is that mindset, I'd get 500,000 naira, my problems will be solved. I'll get a new house. I'll move into a new apartment. I'll start a business. And maybe this business might be what would set me up. And I'll have more children and
Human
more children.
wants.
The wants are there. Why? The economy is bad. People are in dire need of a means of survival. And then social media is telling you lies upon lies every other day, making it look like your condition is worse. Like no other person has gone through what you've gone through in life. I was having a conversation with someone the other day, and I said, what makes you think that you're the first to experience life in a terrible format? You're not the first. You're not going to be the last.
Man, even the good book says nothing is new under the sun.
Nothing. Jesus was perfect. Didn't kill anybody, didn't break anyone's heart. Jesus, you broke my heart. You ran away and remarried someone else. No, didn't swindle anyone, but they killed him because they said, he was just too good to be true. So 33. So are you the first person who has experienced a family member dying at a very young age? What can be your problem that is not new to the world? Even in rare cases, you would hear the doctor say, this is like the, 105th case in rare cases description. That means someone started.
Yes.
And prior to that time, before people even discovered, people had been suffering that. So I would say modalities should be put in place by the government. Now, I had a conversation like this 2 years ago where I said, if it's really hard for people to come clean and say, I had a child, I wasn't expecting to have this child, and I can't take care of this child, let's put up a structure. Now, in South Africa, and I think a part of the United States or Canada, there is a system for people who had kids they didn't plan for. Now, it's like, I'll use the analogy most of us can understand. The mailbox, the conventional mailbox where you would go write a letter, put it in the box, and then the mailman would come and take it. And however it was done then, the conventional mailbox we used to have, right?
Yeah.
Now, that's the same description. If you have a child, that's in South Africa and some other parts, I've forgotten the particular name they gave to it, anonymous sites where you can take this child, go there, drop the child, and then the government officials come there and pick the child up. So instead of us thinking of, how can we arrest, let's just be proactive. Build up this anonymous sites where people who have kids they didn't plan for would go there. Probably the government gives them a little token for them to...
A little token, you say?
But not paying for the child.
But in this case, these people have decided to, see this as
a means of...
Yes,
baby
as business.
Factories.
Yeah, so they don't want probably a token from the government. They want something huge at that point in time.
Something huge.
Yeah, so it feels like 100,000 naira since they were born. 500,000 naira would seem like something huge for them. And so if they are told, oh, I can't do this, I have some financial issues, let me introduce you to this. This woman, if you do this one will give you 500,000. I'm like, okay, 500,000, that's huge. Let me try it. Because they haven't beheld or held 500 or spent 500,000 naira before, it seems heavy for them. It seems like this 500,000 naira is going to set them up for life. They will not lack again. They're going to be rich kids.
Rich kids indeed.
Yeah, exactly. So that's fine. If we're talking about how we're going to help these people, some of these people who, not by their own making, they didn't plan for it, unplanned babies, well, modalities like that would help. But we still have some greedy people who would say, yeah,
so
that's not what I want.
How do we clamp down on people like that?
These ones, I think if anyone is apprehended, let them go for it. Serve term. And then we talk about it, it's everywhere, names published. And so people who would want to go into the business, I think this will serve as a deterrent.
Or there can be a deliberate attempt, the same way NDLEA is working to clamp down drug cartels in the country, there can be a deliberate attempt to hunt and fish out these baby factories.
And this will take, if you set up agencies, they won't be able to easily fish out those people. Because, like they said, they raided houses. That would be someone's house. It would seem normal. People were living in the house, probably a large family,
Or, those places where people go to give birth.
Okay.
Those midwife homes.
All right.
Yeah, just go there. You don't know that they're doing business there.
Oh, well.
With the kids.
Except you're going to go undercover, to get the information. And I think another thing people would need to do is given information. Now, how many people would be observant enough to look out for things like this in their neighborhood?
This pregnant woman came in here.
Yes.
Looking pregnant.
Yes.
And is leaving without a baby.
Yes. And then you see another.
And
Same
another
thing.
and another.
These people, they don't live in the forest. They don't live in isolation. They live amongst people. They have neighbors. So you've been seeing Pregnant women, you know, all you see is pregnant, coming and going,
living without
and then you see people coming and going pregnant. I mean, you should be suspicious about something like that, and then you raise alarm. And I think there's a point they talked about, you know, the police command assuring that efforts are being made, intensified to track and arrest the buyers of the children already sold out. I'm wondering how that's going to happen. Well, if a suspect has been apprehended, they'll be able to give useful information as to where or who bought the babies.
And that should be another one that would serve as a deterrent. If you buy a child, that's slavery. If you buy another human being, that's slavery. You're paying money for someone who doesn't want to be with you through consent. You know, you're buying of the right of that person to choose whether he or she wants to affiliate with you. So yes, that should be another way to deal with the issue. But how do you get these people in the first place? How do you get them? How do you reach out to the one who has bought the child?
Well, first, you know, by extracting information from the culprits that have been apprehended. What if, you know, these people came with fake names and everything to buy the babies and they're gone? You cannot reach them. I mean, they can even go as far as, you know, using fake numbers to contact you. And after the deal, you know, break the number then that's done.
Exactly, the truth, exactly what you're saying.
So I think it would definitely take the efforts of, the police. Extra effort.
Not just the police. If the police is following up on details, well, yes, to some extent. But I think this should be a shared responsibility between people who know these activities go on. Look at the, I think Evan's story where he would kidnap people, and I think at some point people in that environment started raising alarms. Yes, that is how it should be done. If you see something going wrong in your environment, you notice that this place, there is something off about it. You know very well that things are not right. Like you said, they don't stay in the forest. They would go out to buy food for the women. They would get groceries. They would do stuff. How can you not discern that, you know, this particular woman or this particular compound is involved in illicit activities? And when you see things like that, you don't say anything. You keep quiet. I just want to mind my business. How many purposes? How many children have been sold to parents or supposed guardians who would take them and resell them again to organ harvesters or people who would take them into sexual slavery and things like that. It's funny how we can't be humans to each other. Don't act like you're not seeing these things happen. You know these things happen. Call the police. And if you think the police is going to be, diplomatic with the situation, you can report to government officials. I think that way it will even be better.
Okay. So it would take the collective effort of everyone. I mean, be observant in your neighborhood. Yeah. That's the thing. You should be observant. If you're very, very observant, if things are going off, you definitely notice, and then you raise alarm. All right. From that, we move on to our main story for tonight. We are going to Emoa this night again. It's the beginning of the year.
We went there yesterday.
Yes, we
went
there.
Is it something good?
No.
You know that child in the classroom, you know, that every teacher talks about in the staff room?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm just saying.
It's all right. So, 3 suspected kidnappers have been apprehended and a kidnapped victim rescued by members of the local vigilante and youths in Obeli community in Emoa local government area of River State. Olua Shego Ibrahim from Ondo State, Vincent Sunday and Woluk Ekene Both indigents of Rivers State are reported to have kidnapped a boat driver simply identified as Martin, who hails from Anambra State. The youth president of Obele community, Amadi Richard Uchechukwu, and the chief security officer, Charles Martins, narrated how members of the local vigilante and youths from the community intercepted the kidnappers who were driving with their victim. Richard Uchechukwu and Martins said they trailed the suspected kidnappers to an uncompleted building in Omusukuta village in Obele community, where they kept their victim, whom they abducted from mile 4 in Obiakpo local government area. Take a listen to this, and we'll definitely get him via the phone to elaborate more on how this operation went down. Take a listen.
All the way from Ajib Junction, a boat driver, and brought the person to dump in Obele so that they will continue spoiling the name of Obele people. But against them, the law caught them today. So the youth and the MOVs in Obele, based on their security awareness, they arrested these 3 persons from different places. Why this has happened is to show that and to prove that Obele people are non-violent people who have called for peace. This is to prove to our brothers and other persons who are planning to come to Obele land to perpetrate evil, that when once they come, that the gods of the land will arrest them.
How the community may like it, we managed to rescue the victim they kidnapped. They ran and they thought they can escape because they know the route, but they don't know that the community and the gods of the land is against what they did.
On their part, the suspected kidnappers admitted to the crime and explained how they succeeded in kidnapping their victim. Take a listen again.
We kidnapped somebody in Port Harcourt.
Who's that of the Port Harcourt?
Ajib Junction. Brought the person to Obele.
So which people arrested you?
Us Obele husband.
My name is Ibrahim Oluwasegun. A kidnapped person from Ajib Junction.
Today FM gathered that the suspects, alongside their weapons, have been handed over to detectives at the Romuji Police Division in Emoa local government area of the state. Now, before we get Mr. Martins on the line, rather Richard Uchechukwu on the line, let's talk about it briefly. Dave, once again, well, this is a good and a bad news. Good news in the sense that the victim was rescued. Bad in the sense that a crime was committed, and as a kidnap. Now, this time around, the kidnapping didn't occur
over there.
It happened somewhere around mile 4 in Ajib, and then was taken to Obele. I don't know what the connection is. Is there a big forest there? Is there a den for them there that they are taking their victims to that area? And I mean, this, once again, the local vigilante has come to the rescue. Again. Even though there are calls from some quarters that, the local vigilante not doing well, they're doing this and that's what is happening. I don't know if they have factions of the local vigilante, or this one, Oswag, is doing this, is doing that. But then again, we know that it's the local vigilante that has done this. And for a while, we've not heard cases of kidnapping along that axis.
Yes, we haven't.
We haven't.
It was bad, and then at some point it stopped. I think the local government swung into action. We remember where, there were sayings that they would interfere with the issues and then bring in security officers at that point. But it's resurfacing again at the early stage in the year where people would still be on transit. The commercial issues, the commercial businesses will still be on. People will still travel from their homes back to the city. And what I would just want to say is, if this is going to be recurrent, I think it's time the state government does something about it. Yes, we have not heard anything officially from the state government about clamping down on the kidnappers in Emoha local government. We've not heard anything about it.
Now, this time around, they are not kidnappers from Emoha Access.
But they came from there. Apparently, because they're going back there to dump them.
Well, maybe they didn't. Maybe they didn't.
So how
maybe they kidnapped and then they were going there. I really do not know, but it wasn't stated in the news that they came from there, okay. And then
look at
kidnapped someone
it this
from...
way. There should be an affiliation. There's no smoke without fire.
Oh, well, that's the reason I was asking if there is a den.
That's what I'm saying.
Around that access.
It's not possible to just, we're kidnapping and okay, so where do we keep this? Where do we? Okay, let's go to. I think we should go to Mobili and then you just go there.
It cannot be a random place.
It's not random. It's not random. Definitely, there should be affiliations either with someone staying there or a branch of the kidnapped den over there.
Or there is one Sambisa around that area.
Of course. And if the state government is not saying anything about this, I'm worried. I am worried. Ever since we started hearing these cases, we've not heard the state government say, oh, look, we're dealing with this issue or we want to deal with this issue. Instead, we're seeing the local government chairman crying and shedding tears. And when I watched that video, I was like, well, this doesn't move me. It doesn't. People are dying, losing their lives.
It didn't move you. The man was crying.
Oh, you see? People die, lose their lives, and I mean, shedding tears. What difference does it make?
It reminds me of Cross River governor.
That's like, and Jesus wept. So, well, I think at this point in time, if we're going to deal with this issue, the state government needs to step into it.
Okay, so we'll go on a short break. When we come back, we're going to be speaking with the youth president of Obeli community, Amadi Richard Uchechukwu, on the issue. So keep it locked down. This is still Area Talk on Today 95.1 FM.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
When the weather becomes strict and everything becomes unsteady, the only way to go is tune to Today 95.1 FM. And the world of information, entertainment, and education will be served as breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Welcome to the show. You're listening to today's Quest. The newspaper review segment is what we've
got.
Now
who says I can't bring the party to your house right now? Because, even if it's raining, I still bring the heat right here.
I am here for you, and I know you are here for me.
It is surely the best 15 minutes of football you can find anywhere on radio.
Back here in the Garden City of Port Harcourt. Today, 95.1 FM. Nothing but the best. Nothing but the best.
This is Today 95.1 FM. To copy this tune, press 9.
This is Today 95.1 FM.
For current news and information, press 5.
They are politicians, all of them. They know what they do.
So they know how they attack each other.
To stay connected all day, press 1.
The person who raised the name is the one who made the public know about.
Good afternoon and welcome to the World News on your premium talk radio station.
We are your premium talk radio station. Today 95.1 FM. The station with a unique dial.
Welcome back. You're still listening to Area Talk on Today 95.1 FM. Like I did promise that when we get back from the break, we're going to be speaking with the youth president of Obeli community, Amadi Richard Uchechukwu, and he's on the line. So we're going to be asking a few questions. Basically, how it all went down. Hello, good evening.
Yeah. Good evening.
All right. So tell us about what happened, how the incident occurred. I mean, how you were able to apprehend the kidnappers.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Are you close to a radio set?
Yeah.
Please move away from it, or you turn off the radio, please. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me right now?
Yes, I can.
Yeah. In the community, I said, okay, they shouldn't do anything to them. Let them keep them safe. So that by tomorrow, I will come to the community. When I get to the community, probably we'll have to call the police because our community is a peace-loving community.
Right.
We don't take laws into our hands. We are law-abiding citizens. So what did I do this morning? I left home as early as when I got there, I saw the victim, the man they kidnapped from Anambra State, who said he resides in Port Harcourt and do business.
Okay.
I met the other two persons who were in the MOV's custody because I asked them to keep them. They were supposed to transfer them to police that night, but I said let them be there.
Okay.
Until when I come, since I know they're in safer hands, when I come, we'll know the next thing to do. So when we got there, by the special grace of God, we are able to manipulate one of them who ran away. Who called him, who told him that we want to buy the vehicle, which they tried to snatch from the driver. So let him get the key of the vehicle.
Okay.
So when the MOVs got to Ilili, where he said he was coming out, because they told him the vehicle has been driven to Ilili, where they will sell it. So when they got there, he arrived and he was equally apprehended, which brought the number to 3.
3, okay.
Though they have confessed they are 4 in number, but 1 left to Apabo. They said he's in Apabo, where he's preparing this little charm. I don't know, but that's what I got the information I gathered from them, from the 3. So we tried to see how we can equally bring him so that they will bring him to book. But since we couldn't get him, we said, okay, we are done with 3.
All right.
So what did you do? What did we do as law-abiding citizens of Nigeria? We had to call the Rumuchi Divisional Police DPO, and we handed them over to police.
Okay.
And all of us went to the police station. They took my statement. They took the statement of the MOV's 2IC. Luckily, I called the Honorable Councillor representing Obele, Henry Efrebo. He was equally in the police station with us, where we met the DPO. They interviewed them. Yes, they accepted that they are kidnappers, that they came all the way from Ajib Junction. That was where they carried the man.
Okay.
Passed through Elele and brought him to Obele, where one of their colleagues, who is from Rumuchi, but his mother is from Obele community.
One of the kidnappers, their colleague, is from Emoa.
He's from Rumuchi.
Rumuchi, that's an Emoa local government. Oh, okay.
But his mom is from Obele. So he grew up in Obele. That was where they went and hid the kidnapper.
Okay.
In an uncompleted building. And that was how everything happened. So we took them to the police, and we have to come for a radio station. Why we come for the radio station is that to let the world know that we have played our own part.
Sure.
We are not persons that will apprehend people and we kill them. No, we have to hand them over to government.
Right.
We call the radio to let them know that this is what has happened, and we have handed them over to the government.
Okay.
So the job is left for the police to take care.
All right. Now, before you go now, I'll ask. For some time now, there have been peace. We haven't heard, cases of kidnappings around that MOA axis. It's been as a result of the vigilante that is operating there. Would that be correct?
I can only say about the Obele, which is my community.
Okay.
So I don't know about what is happening in the East-West Road.
All right.
But I'm fully aware that the council chairman, with his assistant, that he has been trying all his possible best out of Julius Lloyd He has been trying all his possible best to make sure that he eradicates everything about criminality in Emuwa local government.
All right.
I'm fully aware of that. I know all the effort he has been putting in place. You understand?
Yeah.
So, and I'm fully aware that sometimes he beefed up security along that Emuwa axis of the East-West Road.
Okay.
That which led to the building of that MOVs in that place.
Yeah.
And since the MOVs came, they have been working.
Okay.
They have been working immensely well.
All right.
You see? So I think on that regard, the council chairman is trying his possible best. But though I will still say more effort needs to be redoubled.
Okay.
So that everything about crime in that axis of the East-West Road will be totally eradicated.
All right.
So that's it for now.
All right. Thank you very much. Amadi Richard Uchechukwu, Youth President of Obedi Community. Really do appreciate you.
Thank you very much.
All right. Okay. That was the Youth President of Obedi Community saying how it all went down. Apparently, one of them is from there.
Told you.
Because, I mean, you cannot just kidnap someone from somewhere and you randomly take that person to a place you don't even know.
Yeah.
I mean, crimes are also well organized.
They are.
Yeah, before you go carry out a crime, you must first sit down to map out the strategy you want to use. And so you can't just wake up and say, well, I was walking down the street and I saw someone and then I
feel like this uncompletability would be good for kidnapping.
Really? So yeah, we've seen the connection as to why they would kidnap someone from Mile 4 Axis and then take the person to an uncompleted building in Obele community. But bottom line is the victim has been rescued and the perpetrators, they've been apprehended. And
what happens to them next? Do we get to hear them being prosecuted in court? Do we get to hear that judgment has been passed? Or this is just another story that would quickly move on to, or move on from?
To the next.
To the next.
Well, I think in cases, in some cases, if you have people who know people. Yes.
All right.
That's how it is. I mean, if you are a common person and then you commit a crime and no one comes to influence for your release, you're going to be there.
Yeah.
You're definitely going to rot.
Remember the penalty for kidnapping in River State is what again?
Can I remember that now?
I think is it life imprisonment or something related to death or something. I'll check that out. But I know it's severe. It's really severe.
That's the thing. If you have, you know how the system works. If you've got someone who is influential, who is able to influence your release one way or the other, well, this will be one of the cases that we would definitely move on from to the next. But if you don't, you're just going to be there. They will adjourn, we'll sit next year, adjourn, and then you're going to be awaiting trial for probably maybe for the rest of your life.
Well, if that's the case, good. We don't want a situation where those people will not even get into the stations or the cells or the courtrooms.
That they've been released.
They've been released and
walking freely on the
again.
streets of River State.
Plot another one and pray not to get caught.
Oh, well, kudos to the vigilante and everyone who, was responsible for this. And I hope that we do not get to hear kidnapping stories coming out from anywhere in River State. We don't want to hear that. That being said, it's time for us to open up the phone lines for you to be a part of the show. It is Area Talk on Today 95.1 FM. 2 minutes gone past 8. Call us, text us, and let's get to hear what your eyewitness report is. What did you witness in your area? There's an issue I wanted us to talk about, but I didn't get all the details, and probably talk about it tomorrow. Demolition exercise going on somewhere.
Yes.
Yeah.
All the markets, yes.
Yes, we'll talk about it tomorrow. Details are sketchy at the
And
moment.
also the issue of snakes falling down from cars in Eliozo. If you saw that happen today, feel free and give us
like
the full story. One snake, actually.
One snake.
A very long one.
How?
Someone said because the fuel is so expensive for village people to come.
To swallow.
No, the cost of fuel is too expensive for village people to come.
Okay.
So they have to climb, or transform into snakes, hang on the car.
And then when you get to the city,
you now turn back to human being.
Ha! Oh.
It's some investment or investor vibes, Abi.
Okay, what did you say? Maybe snakes now want to swallow fuel.
This is why I love this country. Anything is possible.
Snakes, we just go.
So what happened?
Fuel.
Why is there fuel crisis? You know what? Officially, this is coming from the table of the presidency.
Yeah.
That snakes swallowed the fuel in the country. I'm like, oh, well, no problem.
Yeah.
I mean, they swallowed money one time.
I mean, termites eating vouchers.
Rats pushing people from the offices.
Weird stories in the country. So, we won't be surprised if any animal you see around you. Suspect. Any animal you see around you is a suspect. 0817-0000-951 and 0810-9510-951. Those are the numbers to call. They've been buzzing already. You can as well send a text message or WhatsApp message to 0701-933 9962. Hello, Today 95.1 FM. Good evening. Who's our first caller? Mr. Cookie Gam, good evening.
Uncle Dave, good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Cookie Gam.
Uncle Dave, I've seen that this kidnapper, before somebody kidnap you to any place, there must be an insider to that place. I've learned one lesson today.
Okay.
That anyway, there's no way one can kidnap a person to. The person, you don't have an insider in that kidnap. It's not possible. But I'm kidnapped now to put down to Nkoro. Nkoro person must be in that team of that place to stay because he knows the crime, he knows everywhere.
Right.
So they should not blame kidnapper that anywhere they have kidnapped person to be about inside. I have learned that one this night.
No, we should not blame kidnappers.
I know kidnappers. I hate them too. I hate them. Like as I am today, my hands are strong, my legs are strong. I start going kidnapping person. What will you want to do that kind of a thing? And they are young boys. They don't go and learn how to drive keke or learn how to drive bike and run bike or go to carry something on their head and sell and make money. They want to go and kidnap person and make millions of naira. I don't know commissioner of police. If they're hearing me, I don't know commissioner of police. They should take them to court up to school them quickly. In less than 6 months, they should give them life imprisonment. Let them pay for this for such a heinous crime they're committing in this country, Nigeria. Having said so, Uncle Dave, this police issue in River State is paining me. Uncle Dave, the commissioner of police, if you don't, it's not start letting go and transfer now. The thing is getting
just now.
Day comes. Listen, I'm telling you, my opinion. It is this police is not worse as day passes. Along that flyover at people running that flyover, the police on the road, such a busy road, they will cause a hold up in that busy road. They have conscience. The policeman has conscience, Mr. Fortuna. It's like me, if I'm a policeman, I cannot have conscience to stand on that list and block road to collect 200-300 from passengers, from drivers, people for bus. They will not collect for all these private cars. They will pass in there, very busy pointing guns on the driver and bus drivers going from them. River State, in close to the governor's house. It is, I don't know, Commissioner of Police. I said I thought they stopped it before. I want the Commissioner of Police, please, sir, we are begging you. This is not 2 or 3 minutes to River State. We are seeing one of the improvement is in this police problem in River State. The police are taking it as a bad try. Go to bus stops. The policemen collect bus stops. There's no more in bus stops again. Policemen collect money from what I used to do. What police are doing bus stop now. The Commissioner of Police are begging you. Police is a dignified job now. Police, what is a dignified job? For such things, you have a uniform. It's not good now. I'm begging you. We love the police. They let them stop this. It makes to have respect for police. So please, they throw them out of the road. Take them to Paris. They start them to Bruno. They can't stay. Let them to Bruno and the police in Bruno. Let them on the road in Bruno State or Adama or Yobe State. Because you can't put that as a free land. You go to money to collect money. It is not good.
But we are begging police, please stop this thing for us now. Uncle Dave, my problem again goes that half political parties in River State have been getting problem. One, nobody will allow it or campaign office, they will break it down. You go to my train, near after the that one two bus, there's a big board of Echo. There are big board that have put it down.
Where?
In River State. After you pass that, there's a one station after my train, and I'm coming from Ajib by your right. There's a big board going to Echo. After the big board down, scatter the big board. It's so good now. Listen. Look, if you are popular, you are popular. If you are good, you are good. Today, if you are good in that station today, you don't need to campaign for the to become a governor. People know it. We have 4 5 like we have the life, we have Akiteko, we have Emmanuel, we have Dumo, we have them. We know them one by one who is true. They are all rival sons and daughters. So you don't campaign for us. We know you what you can do. So if you are good, you are good. You don't need to put person billboard down or to fight or to win election. Now, no. Our people will be sick for us. So please, if you are making billboard, it does not pay you. What will you do? What will you do? So stop breaking, go to pull down capital offices. Have a play level. Let us do the election and come. But let us who will win. The winner will emerge. It is surprise to Rivers to show people the winner will emerge for this election. We'll see who will win. At the end of the day, we will have a star winner. Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening.
All right. Good evening. Thank you so much. Hello, Today 95.1 FM. Good evening. Hello, good evening.
Good evening, Fatima.
You're welcome. What's your name?
Good evening, J. Roberts.
Good evening to you.
Celebrity to you, Comrade Kabari, calling from Balogun, Canada.
All right, Comrade Kabari. Hello. Apologies, the line is not clear. Do well to call the other one if one is acting up. Hello, Today 95.1 FM. Okay, 0817-00-00951 and 0810-9510-951. Today 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Yeah, good evening. Welcome to Area Talk. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Welcome.
I think my name is I'm calling from that one.
All right. You're welcome.
Yeah. I want to react to the issue. The two governments in the kingdom, Chudomike and Unity.
Okay. I can barely hear you. Please do well to call back, or you try the other line. Today 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Good evening, Faustina and Dave.
Good evening.
My name is Everest. I'm calling from Cuba.
Everest, you're welcome.
Thank you. Those kidnappers, they kidnap from, those people, they hold the kidnapper from Egypt to that place. My sister, do you know how many police taking points we have? Do you know how many police taking points? Even for that supply me, see for high after Shoba Bridge. How do they manage? What is the magic? How do they manipulate to carry a person past all those checkpoints? Police cannot intercept them. The thing shocked me when he was trying to tell me such a distance. Do we have police at all? Do we have what is the need of the standing on the road doing checking? We should forget about keeping them on the road now. Yes, because if those boys can carry people all the way from Egypt to Obele, it's such a distance. Police cannot intercept them with series of checking points. Then we are finished.
It depends on what they are checking.
Yeah. All right, it depends on what they are checking, my sister. Let me go to my area to beg.
All right, go on.
The first mechanic road that they are talk.
Yeah.
After then, I saw that they have put the red mud on red sand. They have started to regret the road, but it's unfortunate that the caterpillar that did that work is spoiled.
Okay, so after they brought red mud, that's that. The caterpillar got spoiled.
Yeah, the caterpillar that was leveling the road gets spoiled, almost getting to a week now. They have not been able to fix the tire.
Are you sure you want? Are you sure you want good road in that place, or you have someone who is anti good road?
I will go to the mountain to pray.
You should.
Yes.
You should, because you've been talking about that bad road for a very long time, and the moment they came to fix the road, Caterpillar is now bad.
Bad.
What a sad story.
Nah, I feel.
You should pray.
I think I will pray, and you people should join me in my prayer. I'm fasting, if possible, fasting. If I pray it didn't work, I can add fasting to it.
It's all right.
So that is my area. They have hailed to my word. I thank Today FM because they are hearing you people outside. If not, they would have done that road. And I think that as they are heard it and did, government too will also hear it and did it for us, so that all of us will enjoy that road, so that we can escape from Choba police problem with their wahala.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you. Hello, Today 95.1 FM. You're welcome to Area Talk.
Hello, good evening.
Yes, good evening. How are you doing?
This is Dakuku from Apokeche.
Dakuku, you are welcome.
Let me tell you, it's only what you're talking about kidnapping. Before a kidnap happening in a community or any place, people around here, people in that community are involved. I get my point. Okay. I can give you an example. There is something happening in case going on in a chain that I cannot mention the community. People will say people come up that it's work. When the people go, they will try to take those people to track road. They say, look at where the work they are sitting there. When they go there, they will able to float that person. Make sure that
do what? They'll do. What would they do to the person?
They will float. They will tie the person or float him. Look whether he comes with his ATA card or not.
And you don't want to mention the name of the police. Have you reported?
No.
But that's a crime.
I have not. Wait now. Let me finish up.
Okay.
Listen. So when they come up, they were able to tie the person. The parents will send it. If the person has an ATM card, they will use the ATM card and offload all his money in his account before they will release the person. I will see a lot of them who come up and say, God help them. Look at what this people it was under. Listen to me. Where they know, as I'm here, I'm going to work for somebody. He said, let me come and take this work. If I go, definitely, as I know this is Nigeria, and I will tell you, let me go and see chief from that community or a police where I will die. Even if it is money, I say, let police go and let the person go and show me the work. I can mention the person in a jail. Because if I mention that particular community in a jail, they will tell me this is the attitude of that community in a jail. And we have political bulldozer in that community who always protect them. I get to my point. We have a political bulldozer in that community who always protect them. We are the people who talk on air, but we know our life is at risk. That's why sometimes we concern. I get to my point.
Yeah.
Huh? So this is people of that community are doing this, which is not good. Most of the politicians they are not in this. They're able to be bailing these guys. They know what's happening. I can take my point. I can't mention the community. If I mention the community, people know me. I'm a worldwide.
Okay.
I'm not this. I'm a worldwide. If I come out, people know who I am. The community is in the chain. The development of community is not good. When you are going for work, people say, come and do this. If you are going for that work, they sit around that community. They see things, entrance. Don't go that work. Tell the person I'm not going that work again. Even if it's a million, chop it, let me go. I get my point. You will see the Jokada that they carry the business, Jokada that the scared to come up and pick that person. Which is not good. So this is what I want to say. Let people be careful of themselves. Thank you because of money.
Thank you very much. Really do appreciate it. And, well, I don't know. I think you need to find a way to get information across to the relevant authorities so they can do something. Because this is a crime. People are disposing other people of their valuables, stealing their money, and then people know about it and nothing is being done about it.
Like he said, his life is...
yeah, I know. That's why he doesn't want to mention the name of the community on air. But I don't know if there is any other way that this information can be, given to, the law enforcement agencies. And then
if we don't even know the community, how do we now tell?
No, I'm talking about if he can find a way.
Yeah,
I don't know.
He can send a text message to us, and then still keep his name anonymous. We don't need to know his name.
Yeah.
And then we'll
absolutely
talk
yeah.
about
So probably, investigate, find out what's going on, ask questions, and, well, that would go a long way.
Save people.
Yeah, because we don't know the next victim. It could be your brother, your sister, mother, father. Could be anybody. Hello, Today 95.1 FM. Good evening. You're welcome to Area Talk.
Thank you, my good sister. Mr. Congo.
Mr. Congo, you're welcome. How are you doing today?
Thank you. So, look, I've been telling you, someone that does a good thing, a setting, needs to be the giant. Today, in Africa, in the same area, Honorable Ephraim Wusi came to the town to see the project is carrying out in order to assist the people. The market there, young man has the rift everywhere, and they put things because people have been having water on them at the market. What do we say to that? Thank you, Ephraim. And let me tell you one thing. It's not good to be happy.
Mr. Congo, apologies, the line is not clear, so we can't hear you well, so we have to let you go. Today, 95.1 FM.
Hello, Fatima, good evening.
Yeah, good evening. What's your name and where are you calling from?
Gabi, how are you?
I'm fine. Good evening to you, sir. What's your name?
Yeah, we are speaking with the youth president of Agua.
Oh, okay. You're welcome. You're welcome. Yes.
Yes, I'm very happy. In regard to 95.1 FM, this studio is one of the best studios so far. It's the hope of the common man. When it gets to information, there are situations that when you want to talk, you don't know how to put that in. But 95.1 have creating a forum, a data which you can be put to view out their problem to the nearest places, to even government. I want to thank you for the job you have been doing. Though I have been complaining this thing, particularly in Abua Odual, so that the governor flagged up in Abua Odual, almost 5 communities. And that road, as soon as he gets to Odual to commission that road in Odual, he also do the same to recommission, I don't know, or to reward the contract to another contractor, because the contractor before was MCC. They are the one that was handling the road for some time. This is almost 7 years. We've not seen anything, and they have not done anything. Surprisingly, yesterday I was driving towards my side because I'm from that side. Okay. The road links about 5 communities. So I was driving. When I get to my place, I was just sitting down because my house is just by the side of the road. I saw a team of PDP stopwatch, and I believe that is the contractor. They were driving into the terminating point of where the job will end.
Okay.
So when they came back, I saw one of these machines that they brought, and it started working immediately. But then I want to applaud to the governor. He has done where he said he would do that road that he has started to do. But where I am surprised is this. I want to make sure, I want to sound to those people that are there controlling the roads, those people that are inside the job. Because before this time, that was a pattern they used. They now started the job. Now they started the earth movers. They started moving the earth again. To an extent, they will move that earth to an extent and dump it. And since from that on the 7th of this month that they came there for the to commence the job, I have seen only one of the machines, that is the D8 machine that is doing, only one machine. How can only one machine serve a road that is doing? I want to appeal to them that any part that they have started doing, the other machines should take over, and with the material should be following up. You know, the wet season is just by the corner, and it will not be good that they will start trying to dig that place to the terminating point, that is the water side. And that community, that road comprises almost 5 communities. Last year we suffered so much. Our people suffered. You cannot drive to my place. And that is the process that I'm trying to suspect that this will be again. Let it not be political this time, that they will just do an extent and stop it. Because for me, it's a surprise thing to me. I'm seeing only one machine.
Okay.
This is about 3 days. No other machine has been there.
But is the one working?
That one is working.
Okay.
But at least when they mobilize the contractor, at least there must be a side of the machines now. I am even myself and the IYC chairman and the Cooper Foundation. We are those people. We are the people that we have been moving for this thing. And we have also gone to. We reported the general contractor to EFCC. They invited all of us, and they said that this road they should re-award the contract. And this time that we met yesterday and we will follow up the job. It will not be at the same when things were going wrong, because we are all stakeholders. We don't want anything to go wrong.
All right.
In anything, I will be calling this station to give more support.
Okay.
So I thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Really do appreciate it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, this governor is one who would flag off a project and then monitors project, as we've seen with the flyovers, and I hope that he's going to do the same with the roads, the internal roads in the different communities that are being flagged off. He's going to follow and give ultimatums and directives, to contractors and even commissioners.
Yeah.
If I don't see this, this will happen.
You know what I can do.
Anyway, listening to Today 95.1 FM. This is Area Talk, your eyewitness report show. Call us and let us know what's going on in your area. Hello, Today 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Hello, Faustina. Good evening. Mr. Dave, good evening.
Good evening to you. You're welcome.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Faustina, I'm not happy.
But you just said Happy New Year.
Wow, so you like.
Why?
Why are you not
another
happy?
dimension of Nigeria today.
Another dimension
Don't
of
tell me it's
Nigeria.
because of the fuel.
What dimension?
I'm a graduate. I've been looking for a job for a long time. So today, I went for an interview.
Okay.
So after the interview, they said we should wait behind those that I don't know the criteria that passed.
Okay.
So we spent about 2 hours. We are about 3 that remain. So they started interacting with us. So after some time, one man just came out that the 3 of us are hired, but what they are looking for is someone that has 5 years experience and above. I said, what kind of statement is this one? 5 years from where? Since I've graduated, I've been looking for a job. I don't have 5 years experience. We started negotiating. I told him that if it's something you feel I cannot do, why not use 1 week as a probation period and see if I can do it, if I cannot. Maybe you can relieve me. The thing started turning into an argument. I got very angry. I spent over 1.7 as transport.
Okay.
I came back today, plenty of bad thoughts came into my head. I said, what kind of, why didn't you tell me in the mail I sent that I should have at least 5 years experience? So I will know that, okay, I don't have this 5 years experience.
So you wouldn't go?
Than wasting my transport, my time.
Do you think, sorry to interrupt you, do you think you can do the job?
Yes, I can do the job. It's something that I've done before. I told him, he saw my CV. He said that it's just their company's requirement. I said, I've done this thing before. He doesn't want to hear. I was just very angry. Said, why didn't you tell me? You could have told me. I wasted my money, transport, and the transport coming back.
Yeah.
I felt very bad today.
So sorry.
You know what they
I
say?
was thinking, when we got that talk of those girls getting pregnant for 500,000, if I see where we get pregnant for 500,000,
come on now, brother, comrade, calm down. Come, I understand.
If I have my passport today, you will not survive inside my heart. I was very angry.
You know what they say? You know what they say? When one door closes, several more would open.
I pray so.
You never can tell why you went through that experience.
Exactly.
One day you're going to be the one sharing with people, just as you're sharing with us now.
God saved you from
this. how you were looking for jobs and then you went and people were using you to catch crews, and now look at where you are. If you believe in yourself, I'm not doing the whole motivational thing. If you believe in yourself, you would end up employing people.
Thank you.
Yes.
No, I don't feel bad about it, please.
Yes.
You just win.
All right.
That's what to do. Thank you.
All right, thank you very
bless
much.
you. Stay strong, bro.
Yeah, just stay strong. I mean, this is like the story of so many youths in Nigeria. A lot of things are happening. You send out
CV.
an opening, and then
it's already booked. It's already filled. You know very well.
Well, it's filled. And then you don't give the requirements there. It's only when people spend their time, money, and energy, resources, and everything, because you just want to prone down, you just want to eliminate people just so you get the people who are already, known to you. So you just want to use that. Well, it was just, most of these are just for formalities. Just for formalities. A lot of things are going down. Now, if you want someone who has 5 years experience, what's up to you for putting it out there as one of the requirements for the job? If I see 5 years experience and I still go there, I'm going to blame myself for it.
I mean, what kind of job requires 5 years of experience? I don't know.
Some job requirements are so ridiculous.
I mean, but the person is willing to learn.
And that's another thing people refuse to see. You get someone who has 5 years experience or even plus, and then they come to your company and give you trouble. And then you have someone who has, just no experience or little, but he wants to learn.
He even has experience.
And from the sound of his voice, he's willing to, put in the best.
And since you want to just deliberately, just think about it. When I see things or hear things like this, I just say, if this was you or your daughter or your son in this situation, how would you react? If you stood there as part of the board constituting...
Well, they'll tell you it's company policy.
Who interview, people, job seekers. If you saw your child there, would you act the same way?
Dave, they'll tell you this is company policy, and I'm not the owner of the company. I'm just doing my job. That's what. But would
you give your child a preferential treatment?
My child.
If you had to interview your child, and you know very well that you can, pull some strings and make your child go through.
I wouldn't.
I'm not. Now this is you who is.
If I see someone
principled.
who's capable, I can always get something for my child. If I see someone who's capable, more capable than my child, it has to go. It has to be that person. I'll fix my child.
My point is, the way you would want to give your child, some people would want to give their children preferential treatments. Oh, okay, I know you. Okay, I'll try and see if even if you don't have 5 years of experience, I will talk to the human resource management and see how we can train you.
Okay.
Do you understand?
Well,
if you can give that preferential treatment to an acquaintance, someone you know, your child, your friend, how about another person who has the ability
on that ground,
who is capable enough to grasp the information and run with it? Most of us weren't given, if we weren't given the opportunities, most of us, I mean, everyone listening to me, not just me, most of us would not be where we are if someone didn't say, okay, I trust you, let's see how you can handle this in 2-3 months or 5 months, so just do good. Help someone. Help.
Yes. I mean, this is not like the help is you're helping someone who is incapable of doing. No,
I know.
Today 95.1 FM. Good evening.
I call back.
All right.
My name is Obinite. I'm calling from my own house.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to react to the issue of the two brothers in the kingdom. Chibro Munche and Munche. Chibro Munche call on the people of Efe to vote for PDP.
Hello. Okay. Network did its thing, I guess. 0817 00 951 and 0810-9510-951, or you can send a text message or WhatsApp message to 0701-933-9962. I'm going to take 2 more calls and we get to the SMS portal to take some messages before people will send me a message. You keep calling the numbers or you not read the SMS.
What do you have against us?
Oh, Today 95.1 FM. Good evening. Hello. Okay. Apparently there's something wrong with one of the lines. Hello, Today 95.1 FM.
Hey, Fosina, good evening.
Yes, good evening. Welcome.
This is Edgar from Yenagoa.
This is
Egba from Yenagoa.
Egba from Yenagoa. How is Yenagoa?
Please, I want to appeal to you and your neighbor that are in the studio, and then the entire River State, to make a way for us to send us Governor Wike to Bayelsa here, then to send Diri to River State, because
you want to change governors.
You
want to change governors?
Yes, it is possible, because here in Bayelsa State there is nothing going on, but people are praising him. But in River State, the man is working tirelessly every day, but people want to kill him. So we are feeling, I am feeling, to transfer Wike back to
Governor Wike.
Even this few months that remain itself is enough for us for Bayelsa. So please do so.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Egba from Yenagoa. I think this is the second time someone is saying this. Someone called in from.
Was it yesterday?
I think it was
the other day.
I think we were together, right?
Yes.
Someone called from, I think it was Akwa Ibom. Yes, Akwa Ibom. Akwa Ibom.
Donation of governors.
Yeah, they want to change governors. They want. See, people are needing Governor Wike to become their governor. People that have Governor Wike, calling. Oh, he's not doing anything. But that's the thing. You cannot please everybody, okay? And then one man's meat is another man's poison. That's life for you, absolutely. So the people of Yenagoa,
but just
one person from Yenagoa.
Just think about it. If it was possible. I had to do exchange of altars when some preachers would go to one and the other would go and preach the other person's church.
Yeah, that happens.
just think of it this way.
That works.
10, maybe 1 week of Governor Wike moving to another state, and then the other person comes here.
You just go there and then flag off. It's going to be
I wanted to do one of his gestures, but no. Let's
don't do that. But it's going to be flag off galore. I mean, I'm here now. We're going to flag off all these projects. I mean, build like Bayelsa is. We're going to build like 10, at least 10 flyovers. Construct bridges to, all those villages where you use speedboat for like 3 hours.
Give them flyover.
3 hours.
We should do that. Yeah.
But then again, thank you so much for calling Egba from Yenagoa. One more call and we take some messages. Hello, Today 95.1 FM.
Hello.
Hi. Good evening.
Good evening. Is this Muriel?
Okay. Like the other last caller said, I'm not saying my own. No, please, Governor, to go to that state.
What's your name, please?
Okay, please, let me keep.
Can you hear?
Yes.
Hello.
Hearing.
Okay, I think it's better now, but you need to speak up, please. Thank you.
I said it's better for Governor to come to the state. At least these 3 or 2 enough for us. Let's look at the Bible to the state. And she can
all right, thank you very much. Even though the line wasn't really clear, but another person calling for
exchange of governors.
See, people should leave our governor alone.
Abia, Bayelsa,
Akwa Ibom.
and Akwa Ibom.
All of you want Governor Yeson Wike. Leave him alone for us. Look at me.
Now you guys. Now you guys are seeing.
No, leave our governor alone, all right? We don't want him to go to, Abia State. But Abia State we can consider, because those people,
well,
we can just consider.
Once their roads are done, maybe we can take their governors. Until then.
If he doesn't go there, how are their roads going to be done?
So if their governors come here, how do we get new roads?
No, we've already done our flag off. So we already have flyovers and roads. So we should just go there and help them. Help them.
That means their governor is not going to be doing anything for us here.
He just come and, I don't know what he does in Abia State. Or just come and be in government house and be receiving visitors.
And give 500 naira to pregnant women.
No!
Why did you scream like that?
Now that you reminded him, we're not doing it again. We won't do that. Let's get to take some messages. No, that's not happening.
Can you see that coming?
No, it's not happening.
Well, you see, thank God for everything. In all things, give thanks. Even for the governor, you feel...
Absolutely. Now, I know a lot of people who have been crying, Governor Wike hasn't done this. If we were to say, let's bring in Abia State Governor to River State, they will say... I'm sure they will say no. We'll make do with Governor Nyesom Wike.
Yeah. All right, let's take messages. It's okay. We could do this. A lot of them are coming. Let's start with this one. This one says, Happy New Year, Faustina, Dave, Annie, and all the presenters in Today 95.1 FM.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you. As for my area talk, we have no light still in Omagua, and Oakmas Nigeria Limited is back to continue their work in Omagua internal roads. Thanks, Walter Godwin, a.k.a. Bawang Bugidi. All right, finally we get to see your real name. Amadi Richard Uchechuku from Obili. Please, I am begging the government of River State and the Emoha Local Government Council to please come to the aid of Obili community. For example, all the state primary and secondary schools are nothing to write home about as the students sit on the ground while learning. Even the primary health center is dilapidated. No ring roads. Once it starts raining, or once it's raining season, everywhere will be flooded, and all these things poses as a threat to the people's life and peace. Thank you very much, Mr. Richard. Dave, today PHED gave us light after many years of... Okay, after my complaint yesterday. Shalom from Eliohani. You see?
Whoa.
The veto power we have here.
Whoa. Don't joke with us so we can take over.
We can bring light and take light. You know?
Oh, that's
until
amazing.
We get home and we don't have light in our houses. Okay, so that's good. Shalom from Eliohani. Congratulations to you. We should get to other parts of River State. This one says, in Biama, in Ahoda West, Omoku, in Onelga, all in Orashi region, these towns are very, very dirty, disgusting, and I always feel like vomiting when I am in these towns. The chairman of the local governments where these towns should own responsibility for their failures, even small towns, even in small things like cleaning the environment. They can't do. Lulu from Ahoda West.
What about the people?
You know, those people are the ones responsible for the dirt.
Wow.
This one says, PH, please inform the Commissioner of Education that his alma mater has no water. The principal has refused to repair the school generator.
Oh.
It's weird, actually. Good evening. Please, my area talk is about...
Oh.
It's weird, actually. Good evening. Please, my area talk is about the criminality on or in Aka's estate. Let's Choba DPO come to our help, said G from Aka's estate.
What kind of criminality are we talking about?
He didn't specify. If you can,
please do.
Saji, if you can, please specify. Okay, is it robbery,
or...
kidnappings, rape, selling of drugs, peddling of drugs. Okay, let's get to here. Faustina, isn't Delhi still existing in PHED map at all? Faustina, they're asking you.
Yes.
Okay, so if they are, this is a year and 2 months of total blackout. I beg you. This is coming from Sir Anya. 1 year, 2 months anniversary. They have no light. And he's asking you, are they still on the map? Let's know. Police are on the road checking 100 naira. This is coming from Roland. Roland, you did not tell us where the police are taking the money from. I wish I could just go there and then record them and send it to the president or something, so we can read these evils out of the system. You know, when we see police officers doing the wrong things and then they are shown everywhere on public or national TV.
Oh, well, sometimes your effort doesn't pay off because they'll tell you, oh, well, we're doing in-house investigation. We are
on top of the matter.
On top of the matter. We want to do this and that. And after that moment,
nothing is
dies down. Nothing is done.
Well, let's get to WhatsApp. This one says, good evening, Dave and Faustina. Odiarike, Ikodo, and Olokuma community in Ekpeya in Ahoda West local government of River State has been abandoned and neglected by our leaders that we all fought for, and we're where they are today. But what we get in return is no road, no light, no potable water to drink since creation. Just like my brother Israel said, we are only being remembered when elections come, and after elections we will be forgotten as usual. But no problem. Only time will tell. This is coming from Ada. Thank you very much. This one is a special report. It says there is a group of gunmen who were shooting guns since last Saturday at the Neka Ego Eche Road in Atali community, the new awarded road by Governor Wiki. The group is known as Land Grabber, led by one so-and-so person and his gang, also known as Fati from Rumukrushi. And he threatened to shoot anybody from Atali community over their land. Please, I beg the River State government to do something about this. All right, let me keep your name anonymous so you don't get into trouble. But land grabbers shooting at people who come, I really don't understand. Land grabbers shooting at people who come for their own land or for the land belonging to the particular man known as Fatih from Rumukrushi. Can you make it more clear to us? This one says, good evening, Faustina. My area report is insecurity is gradually coming back to some communities in Emoha. Over the weekend, I traveled home with my friend to his community, which I don't want to mention the name. For my own safety, I saw a group of cultists putting on the Nigerian army uniform with guns. I was wondering how they got the army uniform. Well, that's something you can go and buy in the market. If nothing is done now, the relative peace that the communities enjoying will be destroyed by this bad element. The community chief is aware of this and is keeping quiet. The issue of light in the local government chairman promised, it seems to have gone on strike. Wow, Emoha tonight. Emoha again tonight. Okay, so let's take calls. I think this one sent it as a message. So.
Okay. All right, you're listening to Area Talk on Today 95.1 FM. Let us know what's going on in your area. What is that situation that you witnessed that is of public importance that you want to inform the public of? Let us know via the call lines or the text lines. And if your community is lacking any basic amenity, feel free to also call and let us know.
Good evening, Faustina.
Good evening. You are welcome.
Comrade Kabari from Banlek. I called back.
Thank you for calling back.
Good. Faustina, I can't forget saluting you with in SME language now.
Faustina,
Yeah.
you have been listening to people talking about constructions of internal roads, Faustina, the community where Honorable Jumnamene Deko hails from, there is no road. No road, even in his own clan. Faustina, there is a track road linking from that Wiyakara roundabout down to Taba roundabout along the east-west road. That road is no longer there. The potholes that are there, Faustina, when you look, if I'm only being at the road, it looks like someone that is suffering from chicken pox. Honestly. And you know the bridge there is still using this iron bar, this steel bar that bridges were using in those days, like the Toba River. That is the bar that particular bridge is using. So if there is any mistake, and there are potholes on those bridges, any mistake, that particular vehicle or motion or Okada will just drove into that bridge. That is the community of Honorable Jumnamene Deko. We're talking about Bori. Which internal road have you had that PDP is constructing in Bori? I'm not talking about my area now, because in my area there is no water for people to even drink. It is the community youths now that are even carrying out such a volunteer project to better the lives of the people. Ogonis, learn your lessons.
All
you
right.
have no leaders that think. You have no visionary leaders.
Okay.
Now, let me go back to Emola. You see, yesterday there was an incident where they killed. And this incident took place between where you have...
Oh, I think the network cut you off right there. I don't know if my ears were deceiving me. I think I was hearing something else besides what my name is.
You know, you've gotten so many variations. Sometimes I don't want to read them on the text message.
Yeah, sometimes I see them and I laugh.
Yeah.
Well, Faustina, like falsifying my age. Like Frostina. That sounds like frustration. Please, no. The name is Faustina. Faustina. Please. No Frostina, no Faustina, no Fastina. All right? It's Faustina.
So there is one here which says Faustina. Good evening. Yes.
Call me antenna.
Faustina. Let me go with it. Faustina, good evening.
Dave, don't do that.
My name is
Don't do that.
Seko Flogger from Omodega Community, Emoham. My area report tonight is our health center that has been dilapidated and no light in my community over the years. Please, I am calling on our local government chairman, Dr. Chidi Lloyd, to help us restore the light and build health centers and markets. We are an oil producing community. I had to correct you there. We need his help because we voted for him.
Okay.
All right. Okay. This one is Okay. Let's take more calls and
okay.
wrap up with messages.
Hello, Today95.1 FM. Good evening.
Good evening, Faustina.
Good evening.
And Mr.
Chima, good evening to you.
Yes, Obed Chima, calling from Port Harcourt.
You're welcome.
Yes, Dave.
Yes.
Right now, the cost of living in Port Harcourt is really, really high. Honestly, I must tell you, because of the distance. You understand?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I think something has to be done and done fast, honestly, by the government of the day. And no statement is coming from anywhere, not even the government, I must tell you. You understand? On what is happening. This fuel is now selling at 450 naira. And River State is is most expensive state now to live right now. I must tell you. And this thing is happening within here. And we have a government just closer to us here. Nothing seems to be done about it. I must tell you, Dave, it's getting, difficult every day. You understand? When you have to buy fuel, when you calculate the amount you normally buy fuel before, it's doubled. Something has to be done and fast. We used to have a commissioner before, commissioner of energy, the person of Peter Medie. Then he was following up about this fuel issue. And it looks to me like nothing like commissioner is working in River State. This man has followed consistently. You understand? To know what is happening. Ask them, not allowing these marketers to increase this price at their own will. He followed them up at them. But today, I don't know what is happening right now in River State. Please, something has to be done.
All right.
Then, secondly,
quickly,
Eleme Junction flyover. Eleme flyover. This, when you're coming from Oyibo, back to Eleme Junction, on the other side, most of the those demarcations that Jolobeja did that flyover, they put them. Those things it's no longer there. And when you're passing that flyover, coming back, it's very, very difficult. You understand? In fact, if you are not careful, your camber is going to pop up as you trying to access that flyover. Coming back from when you're coming back on the other the other side of the flyover, Eleme Junction. Please let them fix those demarcations. You know when they construct a flyover, there are some demarcation. Those rubber.
Yeah.
Yes, they are gone off in that area, very area of the flyover.
Right.
And you have to pass through inconvenience in trying to access that side of flyover. Let something be done with it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Today 95.1 FM. Good evening. Welcome to Area Talk.
Fortuna, I don't know what's happened about it. Whether I network or I don't know.
Too, I don't know. I think it's network. I guess it's network. Welcome back.
Okay. What I want to say is that the two brothers, they react on the issue, calling of people to vote for CDP. Fortuna, let us say the truth. If people don't could have called and Ojoku people to vote for PDP, it has been a welcome development because.
Hello, are you there? Okay, so today I think the network is quarreling with you.
You would not say what you want to say.
Do you have messages so we can round this up?
No, or yes, or no, or yes. Okay, we have a lot of them.
Oh.
We do. This one says, all right, abandoned road project in Odioku, Oyigba Road in Ahoda West local government has been abandoned by this government. Rivers people should vote wisely. We are not fools. Dear Dave and Faustina, my area talk is about the state of the state primary school along Omako Road opposite Water Board, Ahoda Town. That's a school built with taxpayers' money awaiting roofing. All right, so I beg to appeal to the authorities to look at this project as one that has bearing on the people of the area. Also, no school in Ahoda Town has seating desks for pupils and students at the school. It's very bad. Please cascade this to the Governor, Commissioner of Education, and Primary School Board for action because of the children, at least. This is coming from Elder Ihua. Thank you so much. This one says, good evening. Please, my area talk is about the criminality going. Okay, he said, okay. That was the other message. He said selling of drugs, house breaking, and generator stealing. It's too much now. It's too much now in a Cass estate, Rumekini. Wow.
So
yeah.
Wow.
Say generator stealing. That's a terrible offense. We don't have light and you're taking my... You must be a wicked person to do that kind of thing. All right, this one says, please let Governor Wike go to Abia and give widows 100 naira, and also go to Ndiaba and give all the barren women 200 naira. 200 naira or 200 million. You should be sure of what you're asking our governor to do.
No, because their governor gave newly born women 500 naira. So we should... I mean, the group of people you're calling, that's below the belt, though. You shouldn't do that.
Okay.
That shouldn't be a topic for sarcasm. It shouldn't.
All right, so this one says, Dave, I bought fuel at Matrix filling station, Rumodimaya, at 210 naira, but in HA, they sell 350 naira per liter, Pastor Godi. Now, I saw... I didn't see. Someone told me that they got fuel today at 185 naira.
Okay.
Yes, at some place.
Well, I think in some places they sell the approved price, but then I think they don't have the products. We're talking about this one here, but they don't have the products, or I don't know, long queue.
This one says, Dave, okay, I'm thinking this. Good evening to you, Dave and Faustina Oputo from the Youth President General, Aboa Kingdom, Comrade Tode Gospel Easy. Please, both of you should send your number for Easy Communications and important reports. All right. We're taking yours just now. And make sure we do that. Good evening, Faustina and Dave. My area talk is about this field increment. Dave and Faustina, there will be a serious protest next week. I'm encouraging all rivers and non-indigents in River State to come out en masse, including you, Dave, and Faustina as well. Okay, as to send a signal to this bad government, I'll give you the date of the protest tomorrow. All right?
It's all right.
I'll be going to pay for my logistics.
And then, Dave.
Yeah.
You said that?
I mean,
you did?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, you should ask the amount for the logistics.
I was going to say, if you've got clearance from relevant authorities for that. I mean, you don't just hit the streets.
Well, it's going to be a peaceful protest.
But even peaceful protests, you've got to... some people share. It's all right.
These are the issues we're talking about.
These are the issues, really.
All right.
But anyway, we've got to run now. Gloria Kate is in the building. In the building inside the building. She's
No, just say it. Just complete it.
No, I don't want to complete it. No, let me not use that word, but it's fine. It's all right. Thank you so much for your calls and your messages. If you've not been able to read your messages, apologies. And the calls, thank you so much for all of them. Okay, so we'll do this again tomorrow. Do well to follow Today FM on all social media handles, Today95.1 FM, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. And for me, Faustina Blondie will put you on Facebook. On Twitter is @FaustiNation. Instagram, Real Blondiva. And for Dave is David Belford Robert.
Dave has too much
Dave.
pride. I don't like
I'm doing something. I'm taking the number down. She knows.
No, I don't know. There's one that is underscore.
David _ Melford. That's
okay.
Twitter.
That's Twitter, right?
Yeah.
I got it.
And Faustina has a nation on Twitter.
I have a nation.
Like,
you guys follow me. I can make you
thousands of followers. Do you know?
I know.
Jesus Christ. Anyway, Gloria, what's up for tonight?
I want to talk about insecurity. That's what we just want to talk about. Elections and insecurity. Like this, my thought is hot.
Insecurity. But
yes.
President say he has delivered his promise, so Boko Haram.
Delivered which promise?
The promise. So I don't know what insecurity you're talking about.
INEC say is threatening 2023 elections, and can we afford to postpone the 2023 elections? I don't know. Nigerians, Rivers people will decide. Let's see whether the insecurity really threatens 2023 elections.
They should not postpone anything. They shouldn't.
So
but I thought they said they were ready for the elections.
And they said they are ready, but they're saying insecurity now is an issue. So I don't know. Minister for Information says that no panic, elections will hold as planned. I don't know who should listen to right now.
All I hear one gunshots.
Okay.
We're moving it.
So apparently they are coming up from two different meetings.
I'm telling you.
The minister is saying we're ready, we have it on the cover, we're on top of the game. INEC is saying, well, I'm sure they're coming from the angle of their offices being burnt across the nation.
Yeah.
Okay. So
that's a fact.
yeah, they cashed them. But it shouldn't be postponed. I don't want the elections to be postponed. They should hold it this year. Yes, regardless of the issues. We should. And this year, after the elections, we get onto the census. We need all of those.
I know, right?
You're laughing.
Back.
Yeah, we need to know how many people are in Nigeria so we can plan better.
That's not where our problem is coming from.
Seriously. Anyway, thank you so much. Opinion poll comes up next.
To copy this tune, press 9.
This is Today 95.1 FM.
For current news and information, press 5.
They are politicians, all of them. They know what they do.
So they know how they attack each other.
To stay connected all day, press 1.
The person who raised the alarm is the one who made the public know about
Good afternoon and welcome to the World News on your premium talk radio station.
We are your premium talk radio station. Today 95.1 FM, the station with a unique dial.
my beautiful, wonderful listener. How are you doing tonight? It's another great night, very great one in the Garden City of Port Harcourt. It's Tuesday, the 10th day in January 2023. What's happening? What's happening? Apart from the hike in price of fuel and its scarcity, what else is happening in River State? What's a prominent thing right now that should that's a call for attention and should be discussed? What is happening? Insecurity. What is the state of insecurity or the rate of it in River State? How secured is River State right now? Well, we have a lot of things to talk about today. I mean, one topic, but covering a lot of things. And I am looking forward to having you join me in the conversation because it is for you, right? It's a platform for you to air your thoughts. And let's decide, right, on which way to go. Which way, Nigeria? Which way? Oh, well, welcome to the program tonight. It's Opinion Poll live here on Today 95.1 FM. My name is Gloria Kati. Call me a true friend on the radio, and I will be at your beck and call. I will be here till 10 p.m. before the world news comes your way. So let's make it a great time for you and I. You know how we do it. I talk, you talk, we talk. That's how we have a great conversation. I hope you're doing fine. You want to grab a cup of tea or coffee or maybe a glass of water and calm down, calm your nerves, relax and chillax. Okay, as I take you on a smooth ride tonight. The phone lines are 0817-000-0951, 0817-300-0951, or 0810-951-0951. 0810-951-0951. Thank you once again for joining me tonight. You're welcome on board. All right, so tonight we have insecurity and we have the forthcoming elections, general elections, in view, we have these two issues: insecurity and elections. What's gonna be the case? What's gonna be it? What are we anticipating? What are we looking forward to? What's going to be the situation? Is it gonna be free and fair? Is it gonna be peaceful? Is it gonna be bloodshed? Is it gonna be filled with thugs and rigging and what have you, corruption and bribery? Are people going to be safe? Both the electorates and INEC personnel, are we going to be safe? So, these and many more we want to discuss on the program tonight, so do also join me, all right? Do well. All right, so, INEC says this, that the 2023 elections faces cancellation threat. Cancellation threat. Would you rather we postpone the election as a result of insecurity threats, or we hold the election irrespective of whatever threat we receive? Would you rather have the election held with insecurity here and there, or let's postpone it until we have a peaceful nation, or more peace in the nation, or security of the people guaranteed? Which would you rather go for? If you say, well, the elections should hold irrespective of the security situation, I mean, this is not the first time we've been holding elections in the country amidst insecurity, right? And oftentimes, I mean, electioneering period is that time where we see different forms of crime, bribery, corruption, stealing, killing, fighting, violence here and there. And we've been able to sail through regardless over the years. So 2023 wouldn't be any different. I mean, we can still hold the elections whether the security of the people are guaranteed or not. Would that be your testimony? Would that be your preference? Or your preference would be, we can't afford to lose lives. We can't afford to risk our lives or loved ones for the elections. Let the elections be cancelled or let it be postponed while we address the security challenges in the country. If that be the case, how long will it take for the security challenges to be addressed? I'm pretty sure a lot of people cannot wait for the elections to just come so that they can elect the leader of their choice, as many, according to many, vote out bad governance, right? But I hope that the governance you are voting in is a good one. Since you are agitating to vote out bad governance, I hope that your decision for a good governance, your choice for a good governance, is indeed good. So, we can't afford to lose lives. We can't. The government is not ready. I mean, if people cannot go out of their houses and be guaranteed of safety, why hold elections? Would that be the case? So, INEC raises alarm over the rising security situation across the country and its impact on the 2023 general elections. How much of a concern does insecurity raise or pose in Nigeria right now? Insecurity. The sad and the good thing is that it's not so rampant. It's not really a thing here in the South. I mean, with the terrorist groups abducting, attacking, and killing people, we don't see that here in the South. Our problem here is mostly wee-wee. And then the herdsmen, farmers clash and all. But aside that, do you think that the security situation poses a great threat to the 2023 elections? Because, I mean, we've seen how that thugs, hoodlums, have attacked INEC offices of time and time again, disrupt the distribution of PVCs, attacked INEC officials, disrupt registration process, and many wonder how much more the voting process, how much more the elections itself. What plans are these people cooking up? And more concerns are even raised owing to the release of ex-terrorists that was recently done by the federal government. So there is tension in the air, particularly on the side of INEC, because, I mean, these people are scared. They have experienced things. They've seen attacks. They've witnessed life-threatening attacks. So they say that if the insecurity in the nation persists, we just might be seeing a cancellation to the forthcoming elections. If the insecurity issues fail to improve, the elections might be cancelled. Now, Yakubu was represented by the chairman, Board of Electoral Institute, Abdullahi Zuru, explained that if the insecurity is not monitored and dealt with decisively, it could ultimately culminate in the cancellation and or postponement of elections in sufficient constituencies to hinder declaration of election results and precipitate constitutional crisis. The Commission, however, assured Nigerians that it would not leave anything to chance in ensuring that intensive and extensive security are provided for election personnel, materials, and processes. Now, this is the issue. The bone of contention here is on the INEC personnel themselves, their resources, their materials, rather, and the process, the election process. There again, and then again, the FG says, no cause for alarm. No, fear not. Elections were held as planned. The Minister of Information and Culture said this today. It will be held as planned, 2023 elections. Now, he said this in Abuja at the 17th edition of the President Major General Muhammadu Buhari's Scorecard Series from 2015 to 2023. Scorecard Series. We have everything in place. Fear not. Fear not. Now, his assurance is coming in the wake of killings that are allegedly perpetrated by the Eastern Security Network, the militant arm of the outlawed indigenous people of Biafra, and banditry in the northwest. According to the to INEC, over 41 attacks had been carried out against its offices across 14 states since the 29 general election, with the southeast recording 13 attacks. The attacks, which started in Abia on May 9, 2021, spread to Enugu and Ebonyi, with 3 incidents each, Imo with 2 attacks, Anambra and Abia with 1 each, and in Bayelsa and Akwa Ibom states. Also, INEC on Monday raised the alarm over the rising security situation across the country, right? Which I have mentioned, and its impact on the general elections. All right? Now, Mohammed said that the federal government is aware that INEC is working with the security agencies to ensure that the elections are successfully held across the country. INEC is working with security agencies to ensure that the elections are successfully held across the country. He said to use the opportunity, right? And he responded to inquiries from the media over a widely circulated report by INEC officials that the elections faces serious threat of cancellation due to the insecurity. Now, here it is, and I quote, "The position of the federal government remains that the 2023 elections will be held as planned. Nothing has happened to change that position. We are aware that INEC is working with security agencies to ensure that the elections are successfully held across the country. The security agencies have also continued to assure Nigerians that they are working tirelessly to ensure that the elections are held in a peaceful atmosphere. Therefore, there is no cause for alarm." Now, this is where I bring you in. This is where my question comes in. You and I, being realistic, looking at the rate of insecurity in the nation with the 2023 elections in view, INEC says it threatens the election. Minister of Information says elections will hold as planned. No panic. We have everything in control. Now, you speak up. Tell us, how would you rate the threat of insecurity to the 2023 elections? How would you rate it? Do you think that the INEC is right on this, is standing on a solid ground on this, that elections insecurity really poses a great threat, and so it can be cancelled if it is not improved? Or do you think that no, the insecurity doesn't pose any serious threat? I mean, it can still hold. Or do you think that whether or not it poses threat, before or on that day of the elections, the federal government is going to provide security in all wards, all constituencies, all polling units, to ensure that the security of the electorate, INEC personnel, materials, and processes are guaranteed? What do you think? Let's get your thoughts. 0817 000 0951 or 0810 951 0951. Hello, good evening. What's your name and location?
Gloria Katsi.
Yes.
My name is Matthew from Port Harcourt.
Matthew, you're welcome.
Yes. See, the insecurity they are talking about, I don't know if insecurity when they do the last election. There's an insecurity, and the root is today. People that have died, and people that are alive are still alive. So let them do the election. Whatever that will come out inside the election, people that will be alive will still be alive, and Nigeria will still remain. There is no need to postpone it. But if they postpone, the insecurity will still be there. If they do the election, the insecurity is still there. So let them do the election.
All right, then. All right, regardless of the security situation, the election must hold.
Let the election be done, because if they postpone it, they did not postpone the insecurity. Neither did the postponement solve the problem of insecurity.
All right, then. All right, thank you very much. Hello, good evening. Oh, I lost that one. Call me back. 0817 000 0951. 0817 340 0951 or 0810 951 0951. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening, Gloria Katsi.
That's that from Malu. You're welcome.
Wow, you have got me correct.
You're welcome.
How was your day?
My day was fantastic.
I say you are one in town, so you know.
I know.
I'm continuing my blessing for you. If today you are the one ruling the world now, insecurity of the thing they are talking about now, it will be something of past tense.
Mr. Blessed.
Yeah, my sister.
Are you whining me? Yeah, you are whining me.
I'm not whining you, nothing but the truth.
Okay, no problem. Thank you.
Nothing but the truth.
All right, let's hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, let me tell you one thing. This topic came out either last week when you brought this type of topic. I said something that you are investing in security. There's a lot of mistakes our leader has done. What is the causes? What is the genesis of that insecurity? What you are not governing people the way you're supposed to govern the people. either president or governors. See, we say that they said how many billions naira for NDDC projects have been the, what they normally say, I don't know. If peradventure, they measure some money for some certain agency, that's what they need to use to do something, they didn't do it. You are investing in security, why can't you invest in human development, sir? You know, an angry man's an angry man. They are saying that either this election will postpone because of the insecurity threatening. My sister, see, let me tell you, they know what they are doing. They know what they are doing. It's no need of you to postpone the election. Let the election go really well. Let's choose our leader. Check 2019, when there was one party about to win the election, a 9th person, a woman came from Abuja to go and obtain the results of Rivers State to another party. And you see what we are saying? We said that INEC, they are not trustworthy. They are only the referee of the election. They are not trustworthy. Now, they say that they are not going to use professors from different universities. They are going to use themselves to announce the election. They are the worst people that they are referee for this election of 18. If you say our government invested money in human capacity, let me tell you one thing. Insecurity of 18 will not even come on board. For you to just see, this is the country that you are governed. The people are suffering in terms of health, in terms of education, road projects, no way, total power failure, not good drinking water. My sister, which one we cannot mention in this country that is working well? No one is working well in the country. How the insecurity will not go rampant. What is belong to Mr. A, you give Mr. B. What is belong to Mr. A, you have to give that Mr. A. As the time goes on, let me tell you, if care is not taken, what happens? Certainly answers it will happen again in Nigeria.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Blessed. Turn down the volume of your listening device. Oh, mommy.
Well, yeah, my love.
Mommy. Oh.
Nobody should whine you.
Mom, nobody, don't tell them. Nobody should whine me.
Nobody.
Mommy.
Hello, my love. Kokana, yes.
You're welcome.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Happy New Year. How are you doing?
I'm good. And you there?
I'm great. It's good to hear from you.
Thank you. I want to quickly look at the topic you have brought and to say that our papa that has spoken, Lai Mohammed, reassuring us is where my fears lies. I wish it was another officer in this government that has spoken. Because Mohammed, all the things he tells me, when I look at it, the things that I will see will be different. That's why I'm worried. I just hope that this time is reassuring us. He is so sure and believing that we should hold him responsible if we don't do what he has promised. I therefore want to say that please, they should conduct this election and that we have to be alive. It's not just those who are alive that can go and vote for election and wait for results. Please,
Oh no, I'm so sorry, Madam Daughter. You really are breaking. I could barely pick a thing from what you're saying. Call me back, all right? I'd like to conclude that conversation with you. Hello, good evening.
Hello, Gloria Kathy. Good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you.
Who do I have here?
Muriel.
Sorry?
From Okrita.
Muriel?
Yes.
Muriel, you're welcome.
Thank you so much. You see, I'm very worried about Lai Mohammed.
Muriel, can you turn down the volume of your listening device?
Okay, I have done that. Sorry.
All right.
Sorry. So I'm very worried. I'm now convinced that what Lai Mohammed is doing is just to deceive not we but the president. And I'm now very sure that he has been lying to the president, and all these comments is coming out to me just to reassure the president that the president is doing well. Why? In the real sense, the president doesn't know what is happening. And that's why the president doesn't come out to address the nations when all these things happen, because he's not aware. When Lai Mohammed goes and tell him that, sir, you have done well, Boko Haram has been defeated, everything everything is fine, he will just relax. And that's why he's telling us that he has done his best. He doesn't know what is happening actually. So the problem is Lai Mohammed. It's not even Buhari. I don't blame Buhari anymore. You see the recent train attack in Edo State. The president has not commented. I don't even think if they are even telling him these things. And when INEC is concerned, I've been worried about INEC. And now they've come out to tell us that they may shift the elections. Please, I don't want them to do that. And they should employ all our military forces, both Navy, Army, everything, put it on ground. If possible, they should bring other nations. Because our country, our forces, they go out to peacekeeping missions. So I don't think anything is wrong if you bring in other African countries, other nations. So come and help us during this election to maintain the peace. Then after everything, they go back. But please, INEC should not postpone it because we cannot endure this hardship anymore. It's just too much. Thank you, dear.
All right, then. All right, thank you very, very much. Thank you. 0817-000-0951 or 0810-951-0951. Hello, good evening.
Good evening, Gloria.
Mr. Congo.
My good sister. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you, too.
Thank you. Let me tell you one thing, my sister. If you postpone, or if they postpone the election, when will security come to Nigeria? And they are being as if they don't know what is happening. Our people used to say, when you own a child's property and raise your hand up, when you start paying, you bring it down. Except they have something in mind, let them tell us. I'm even afraid for them not to hand over this government to terrorists, telling us it's to the military. But you should understand, and they should understand that we know what they are doing now. We are all humans, and they are reasoning, so we are reasoning this way. But they should be very careful. Because if you can only perform as a human, God is in heaven. At times, there are times you see God will come out to say, enough is enough. So what is happening in this nation now? What they are seeking for, they have to be very careful. Because I believe they are getting the note. They should be careful. Thank you very much.
All right, then. Thank you. Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Yes, my name is George. I'm calling from Melbourne.
You're welcome. You're welcome. It's been
Thank
a while.
you. I appreciate it. Yes. My other topic is centered on the Odagging class. Odagging community have a Greenville. Odagging community, the former governor established the Roman rights. And within Roman rights, so many people were employed in the community, small local government. I'm pleading with the governor of this. Governor, yet to come to listen to the Roman community so that we can see activities.
All right, then. Thank you very much. That's noted. Hello, good evening.
Yeah, good evening, Gloria.
Honorable Cruz, you're welcome.
Yeah, good evening. How's work?
Work is great.
Yeah, welcome. The only problem we have when we know the truth and we refuse to say the truth, I think people they are going to use for this election is most of our daughters and our sons that we have spent a lot of money, which is with coppers at times. As a father, if I finish training my child for how many years, within a twinkle time of a minute, I lost that daughter or that child because of the election. You think I'll be happy? If you check very well what is really going on in Southeast, South, and the other part of the North, you know every time in the news, they have been burning INEC offices, police stations, some places in Southeast. Nigerian police no longer sleep in their police station. Totally right. I said it, not allegedly. They close 6 o'clock and resume 6 o'clock in the morning. It was not
how did you know that they don't sleep? I mean,
okay, let me tell you. Last week, they burned one police station in Anambra. And in that police station, no record of where they killed any one policeman. You know how many police that used to stay in one police station? So how come they bombed that police station in the night? No one policeman was killed. Where did they went to? And none of the policemen shot one of the people that came to bomb the police station. So, you think that the police people are in that barrack? What really happened? Or they receive an information that people are coming to bomb the station. Maybe all of them left. See, you don't know what is going on. Most of the station, most of the station in the southeast and the other places, check very well, most of them have gates and they padlock it. If a police station will be padlocking with the fence and the key, how is you, a small boy or a small girl of a copper, going to conduct an election? Is it in Imo State? Are you going to conduct the election, or in Anambra, or in Abia State? Where? Or which of the places are you going to conduct the election? So to me, if INEC, I'll say that they received some information that because of threats, that elections should put on hold now, unless those politicians will bring their children, not to my own side though, if they will bring their own children to go and act as the INEC or those staff or youth corpers, fine, but not you want to use my own side that I have spent money to train. You want to use him to post to Imo State or Anambra to go and start conducting the election for you. How many police do we have? The unknown government that have been killing. Let them hold on for the election now first. Let everywhere be peace before election can come and go. Don't waste people's time because of an election that you don't know how it's going to be tomorrow.
All right.
Because
all right, then.
I have ready to.
All right. Thank you, Honorable Chris. Hello, good evening.
Yeah, Mr. Zion, good evening
Mr.
to you.
Zion, good evening.
Honestly, such a conversation and or such a topic like this is that embarrassment to a nation. An embarrassment. Just few hours after the presidency in their celebration say they can now be vindicated, would have dealt with the issue of Boko Haram and insecurity. Nobody can use that against them again. That 2015 promise or campaign promise have been fulfilled. Less than 24 hours. A body saddled with a responsibility now brought out the true story of their fears. Barely 24 hours. And this is not a matter of rumor or alleged. It is the body that is telling you this. And the country, we are taking it lightly. I think there's no problem. On a normal case, INEC shouldn't even have come out with such an information. INEC shouldn't do that. But because they are overwhelmed of the situation that have before them, they spoke out. What they are doing is to forewarn Nigerians what we should be expecting ahead. And as for me, I'm not surprised because I've told my family members over this issue before now. Of course, those are certain issues you cannot discuss on radio, but on our family homes, we discuss them. All this you are saying is orchestrated. All this issue concerning this forthcoming 2023 election, they are all planned. And if INEC postpone the election, I'm not surprised. It is part of the plan. The truth is this. One day, if not in our own generation, a generation coming, either our children, they will tell us what is going on in that Aso Rock. Who is giving Aso information, or why is Aso not being sincere to stand to protect the interest of Nigerians? Look at the conflicting response. Look at it. Normally, see this information, it should be a national threat. It's unfortunate. What pains my heart is this: a country where there are professors, security professors, security contractors, now what they call them, security analysts. Nobody speaking. There are fans. Nobody speaking. Senior advocate of Nigeria. We are just people just like a dormant in the country. We are just living like that. And it's unfortunate. What will our children ask us as a father?
Okay.
Mr. Zion.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Zion. Okay, I lost that one. 0817-000-0951, 0817-000-0951, or 0810-951-0951. 0810-951-0951. Hello, good evening. What's your name, advocate?
Gloria Captain, good evening.
Good evening.
Different man, Port Harcourt.
You're welcome, different man. How are you?
I'm very well. How are you?
I'm great.
Gloria, there are people that expected this news to come out from Nigeria, that they will not conduct elections because they don't want the unity of the country. They want the country to disintegrate. But God will not allow Nigeria to disintegrate. That is why they are adding salt to injuries, so that people will be scared, young people will be scared, they will not go out and serve as ad hoc staff for NA. But I want to tell you categorically that election will hold in 2023. All the elections are scheduled are going to hold. And anybody that want to take advantage, maybe because INEC has said that they want to go and plan to cause havoc, the God of the people that have suffered in this country will not allow them to succeed. I know that INEC is just expressing the fear based on what they have experienced. But the cry of Nigerians, the suffering that we have gone through in this country, will not allow anybody that plans to disrupt the election to succeed. We have been told that there will be security, and I want to believe that there will be security. People will stand up to defend themselves. And those of them that are planning to cause problems, especially in the southeast, they should be careful, because when they kill them, they are the people that will say that hey, they have killed them. They are trying to bring genocide, to cause genocide in their own time. They should be careful, because Nigeria will not disintegrate. I'm from the Niger Delta region, and I love the unity of Nigeria. Our problem is not in our side. Our problem is bad leadership, and we are able to get it right at the leadership, at the level of leadership, especially at the national level. There will be no problem. So anybody that is happy, because INEC have said that they cannot conduct election, they are happy, the election will not hold in Nigeria, they should just swear about it. They should hide their face in shame.
But different man. Now we are talking about the state of insecurity, the security situation in the country.
Has there ever been a time in this country where we don't have insecurity? Is insecurity just beginning now? In 2019, was there no insecurity? No, let's be sincere. Was there no insecurity in 2019?
All right then.
There was insecurity. It's not anything.
All right then. Thank you, different man. Hello, good evening.
Good evening, Sister Gloria Cassie.
Yeah, what's your name?
I'm Mr. Ken, calling from Port Harcourt.
Mr. Ken, you're welcome.
Thank you. Well, I briefly want to talk about the insecurity about by INEC either to postpone the election or not. INEC as a body, I think you know what they are saying. But for them to say want to postpone the election, I'm not in support.
But I'm wondering now, like, I mean, they've witnessed different attacks on their officials, right? I mean, one can say that they are scared. They have every right or reason to be afraid for their lives, because, I mean, they are not even sure how secure, how safe they will be on the day of elections. Their security is not guaranteed, right? And with the way the situation is going. Basically, attacks on the personnel of INEC, right? Now, if this is not improved upon, if it's not worked upon, we will not be able to conduct these elections because, I mean, our lives are in danger. It's more or less like we'll just see fire and go and enter it, right? That's so. Are they wrong to actually,
No,
make
they
such
are not wrong.
assertions?
They are not wrong actually, because looking at the situation, the level of insecurity in Nigeria is something else. Let's tell ourselves the truth. It's something else. Because there are personnel that will be going to those areas to do this. And this is where it lies. But then if they will say, look, we are postponing it, till when? That's my problem. Will they say 2 years? Because even if you say 6 months, 6 months they are not to tackle the issue as it. I mean, so that's my concern. And then let me also talk about my co-president, Buhari. Hello?
I can hear you.
Yes. Buhari as a person, one thing I come to realize is these our politicians, what they do is just to make names. Because I know too well that President Muhammad, every election he will come and contest, I want to be president. I want to be president. I want to be president. And finally, my dear, he's not seated as the president. This is barely 8 years now. I mean. So after this one now, he will just go one time president of Nigeria.
All right.
All
right then. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you. I was waiting and hoping for you to relate it to, what we are discussing. That's way too far from the conversation on the table. Thank you very much. Your thought, I really appreciate you for that. Hello, good evening. Ouch. The network is terrible. Yeah, I can barely hear you. Oh no, it has this robotic sound. Sorry, you want to call me back? I can't hear you. Hello, good evening. Turn it down. Turn it down. Turn down your radio set. Turn down the volume or turn it off or walk away from there. Please. Hello, good evening. It's still breaking. Change your position.
You can hear me.
You're breaking. You really are breaking. 0817-000-0951, 0817-300-0951, or 0810-951-0951. Hello, good evening.
Hello, my sister. Good evening.
Good evening. What's your name and
If
location?
I may add something to what the question you people are asking there. My own question is, who are the people attacking INEC office? Who are they? Are they not Nigerians? Are they foreigners? You want to tell me that a whole country like Nigeria that have been going peacekeeping forces in other countries of Africa cannot provide security for them to conduct their own election? And somebody with reasoning will accept it. Oh, this is false. My name is Place calling from Obi. I want to tell you that this is an articulated plan by the people who know the people that are attacking this INEC office.
Articulated plan. How? What do you mean articulated plan? Like what are you insinuating?
Now let me explain to you what I'm insinuating. What?
I'm so sorry, network lost you there. 0817-000-0951 or 0810-951-0951. Hello, good evening. This line is having issues. You want to call me on the second line? Hello, good evening.
Good evening, Gloria.
Yeah. Sorry?
It's friend. Onyuboburu. That adage is friend. Till you na your ear. That is see. Not that nobody wanted to. I love for people to live and live the next, not when their time is not. As you ask them, if they send you to go and cover election in those areas they are attacking, will you go? Let's be sincere now. So which other person children would they like to go there? Those people that are saying that the election will hold, if they send them to those vulnerable areas that the police people at times they wear another clothes to cover their uniform. Because I know what I'm telling you. They no longer wear their uniform. They use another clothes to cover their uniform because of what? What is going on there? So who are you going to send there to go and start casting votes, cast their votes? Even the journalists, who will agree go there? Let us be reasoning. Let this thing calm down first. There is a lot of threat everywhere. What is the election that the people will not hold on? Let's analyze. INEC have told you because since they have been attacking INEC offices, who have they capped? Who and them have they hold and said this is the people? Unknown government. Who is unknown government? So you want to send our children here that very day, and you are coming there, politicians are coming here with their bulletproof motor. They start letting our children up because of the election. The one that died last time, we have never even know if they have compensated their family.
All right.
Let those people take their own children there. Talk to my own sister who go there for election. You are going there with camera to cover election.
Thank you, Honorable Chris. Thank you. One 08170000951 or 08109510951. In case you just joined us, we are discussing the issue of insecurity and the 2023 elections. INEC says insecurity poses a serious threat to the elections, and so the elections may be cancelled or postponed. Meanwhile, Minister of Information says the planned elections will hold. No panic. We have everything under control. Should the election be postponed, whether or not the security challenges in the country is threatening, and I mean life-threatening, how would you rate the threat of the elections to the 2023 election, the threat of insecurity to the 2023 elections? That's what we are discussing tonight, all right? Hello.
Good evening, Gloria.
Good evening.
How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
And this is Sarah from you.
You're welcome.
You see, I understand very well. There are people that love the confusion that is trying to range, but it's not going to work. You see, I want you to understand that since the time of good Lord Jonathan, there have never been a level playing ground. There have always been security issues. If you watch 215, I think there was an attempt to shift it because of insecurity, and particularly in the Northeast, and yet the election was conducted. So the explanation of now, I can listen.
Oh, I'm sorry. I can barely hear you. You're breaking, seriously breaking. You want to try the other line, okay? That's much better. 0817 000 0951 or 0810 951 0951 0810 951 0951. Hello, good evening. Turn down your listening device.
Yeah, I'm taking it, put it off.
All right.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Chief Bernard from Moses.
You're welcome, Chief Bernard. Go ahead.
Okay. Although INEC have said their own, but I know that, however, election must hold because this security is not all over the Nigeria. The area that is free, election will go on. The area is not free, then they suspend those areas, and the result will be declared. So those people that are planning that they are being security so that the election will not hold. If the election is not hold, what are they doing?
Why would they hold elections in some areas and suspend on some other areas and then declare results? That's not a fair election.
Yes, if some people plan that the election will not hold on their own side, then if they cause an insecurity on their own side, that the election will not hold there, then the area that is free, election will go on, and the people that are contesting there will be declared. So those that are contesting in the area that the election is not, that insecurity is ravaging the country, and already planned by the people. So they are carried out to wait until when the situation improves, then they can conduct the election for them.
Okay. All right then. Thank you very much. Got your thoughts. 0817 000 0951 0817 000 0951. Funny enough, I keep getting calls from this particular number that seems to be disturbing. Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah, what's your name? Oh no, I can't. That line is disturbing. Hello.
Good evening.
Turn down your listening device.
Are you with me now?
I'm with you.
Sorry, this insecurity is 2019 or 15 or thereabouts. Now, my own concern is how the efforts for government put in place to checkmate the insecurity. Is sincerity in fighting this insecurity. My dear, do you know that, okay, for example, this insecurity that they're telling us now, that some Boko Haram have repented. Have this repented one, the right than where the unrepented are staying? No. In the southeast, what is happening? Tomorrow is unknown government. Who is this unknown government? You know, it is fine. It's normal to analyze this unknown government. Now, everybody can be unknown government. No? Even the government can be unknown government. Then who is perpetrating this crime in the southeast? How long have they sit down to let's find the solution of it? Is it by dialogue or whatever? Or you think they seek the election, the insecurity continues? Do we get it right? Why are we deceiving ourselves? Lai Mohammed will say this one today. Another Malawi will say another one tomorrow. It's not a part of insecurity. Why are we deceiving? Or let me tell you one secret. Maybe directly or indirectly, they want to hand over to bandits.
Hello. Okay, I lost you there. 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Good evening. Can you get me now?
Oh, better.
All right. You see, I want you to understand that 2015, 2019, there was high level of insecurity, and yet election was conducted. You see, my sister, the truth remains that a particular section of this country are thinking that they don't want the election to be conducted, and that is why they are orchestrating insecurity in their region. But whether they are orchestrating insecurity or not, mark my word today, election must be conducted. I could remember, in one of the elections that were conducted in the southeast, particularly in Anambra, remember, they said that there will be an election, and nobody, but eventually they will emerge. You can see the low turnout, but despite the low turnout, in election, the result was declared. Today, Charles Olude is the governor. So this has been the routine of, these people have, they have that mindset. I know insecurity is also in the north, but you cannot hear them say there will be an election. Insecurity is in the west. You cannot hear them. It's only in the southeast you will hear this, and tomorrow they will be crying foul. Now, if the government now take it upon themselves and say, no, we are going to roll out the drum to make sure that election is being conducted, you will hear different tone now. Genocide is being committed. This and that is being committed. But now, they will not use their teeth to count they will not use their tongue to count their teeth now and count the consequence. Look, a neighbor of mine who is from a particular part of Imo State, she just returned the day before yesterday. When she was downloading story of what happened, particularly in Olo, she was telling us that if you see the way small boys are parading with the gun, and I asked her, are there no security agents? He said, no. He said, that particular area, you cannot see police at all. So the guys are having a field day. They do anything. In fact, they are authority of themselves. Small boys, between the age of 18, 19, 20, 22. In fact, the one that the story she gave that pains me was a man that has not returned to the village for the past 15 years. I don't know what part of the world he is. Do you know that the man came with a very powerful car? This guy just saw the man and said, look, give us the key. The man refused. They just pumped a lot of bullets and leave the man inside the car. The man just died. He's someone that have not returned home for the past 15 years. So the people are orchestrating insecurity in their side, and they want to use it to rob the whole nation. It's not going to work.
All right, then. Thank you very much. Okay, so I think this is the juncture where I say my bye-byes. Thank you so much for joining the conversation tonight. I really appreciate your time. You've made it a wonderful time, really. Okay, make sure that when the time to vote comes, you'll pick up your PVC, go to your polling unit, and vote wisely. Say no to corruption, say no to bribery, say no to sentiments. Vote character, vote integrity, vote capacity. Vote for your generations to come. Secure your future with the right decision that you make today. My name is Gloria Kati. Follow me on socials. Kati spelled K-A-R-T-E-E. Gloria Kati. You find me there. Do not go anywhere. The world news is next. I remain your true friend on radio. Stick around.
This is Today 95.1 FM. To copy this tune, press 9.
This is Today 95.1 FM.
For current news and information, press 5.
They are politicians, all of them. They know what they do.
So they know how they attack each other.
To stay connected all day, press 1.
The person who raised the alarm is the one who made the public know about
Good afternoon and welcome to the world news on your premium talk radio station.
We are your premium talk radio station. Today 95.1 FM. The station with a unique dial.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM. Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt. News.
A very good evening to you. This is the World News on your premium talk radio. Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. I am Gloria Karibi Tumbry. We start with the headlines. Resident doctors threaten nationwide strike over federal government's failure to meet demands. ICPC names 52 ministries, departments, and agencies as high corruption risk. Local vigilante group apprehend suspected kidnappers in Emoha, local government area of River State. On the foreign scene, Russia pledges deeper arsenal of weapons against series of humiliations in Ukraine. Now the details. On to the details. The Nigerian Association of Resident Doctors has threatened to go on a nationwide strike if the federal government does not meet its demands. The association made this known in a letter signed by its president, Dr. Emeka Oji, to the Minister of Health, Dr. Osagi Hanire, saying the processes for the strike would commence if the issues were not addressed before its January 24 to 28 National Executive Council meeting. The association had issued an ultimatum to the federal government 6 months ago over lingering unresolved issues affecting its members. Some of the unresolved issues are irregularities in the new circular on an upward review of the medical residency training fund, outstanding payment of the arrears of the new hazard allowance, non-payment of the skipping arrears for 2014, 2015 and 2016, and non-payment of the consequential adjustment of the minimum wage to some of its members. Others are salary arrears of its members in some stated tertiary health institutions, non-domestication of the Medical Residency Training Act in most states across the Federation, among others. The association, however, commended the efforts of the government through its ministries, departments, and agencies in resolving some of the issues raised, but said many of them remained largely unattended to, which has led to nationwide agitations among its members. The Minister of Health, Dr. Osagi Hanire, says the federal government is working on introducing performance-based remuneration for healthcare workers to reduce the brain drain in the country. Dr. Hanire said this in Abuja while fielding questions from journalists on brain drain in the health sector today. at the 17th edition of the President's Scorecard Series from 2015 to 2023. The minister, however, said the exodus of healthcare workers was not peculiar to Nigeria. The Nigerian Medical Association had, in October, said about 10,296 Nigeria-trained doctors were currently practicing in the United Kingdom. Also, the Nigerian Association of Resident Doctors told journalists that there were only about 10,000 resident doctors left in the country. The Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission has listed 52 ministries, departments and agencies as high corruption risk in its latest integrity report. The Ethics and Integrity Compliance Scorecard was contained in ICPC's assessment, which it said was in accordance with its preventive mandate of the Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Act 2000. To enhance institutional integrity, the ICPC said it assessed the compliance of MDAs with ethics, integrity, statutes, standards, policies, directives, and regulations. The selected public agencies were assessed on three main areas of management: financial and administrative culture and administrative systems. The ICPC noted that the refusal of some MDAs to participate and release required documents may be an attempt to cover up fraud and misconduct. Agencies that scored below 30 include the National Commission for Colleges of Education, Ministry of Petroleum Resources, Federal High Court of Nigeria, and the Bureau of Public Procurement. Other MDAs that scored below 20 are the Ministry of Justice and the Police Service Commission. River State Governor Nyesom Wike has presented certificate of recognition and staff of office to His Royal Majesty Nwachukwu Obioha as Ezeogba of Ogbaland. The brief presentation ceremony held at the Banquet Hall of Government House in Port Harcourt today. The governor explained that the king was long recognized by the state government the day he was coronated as Oba of Ogbaland, adding that the presentation event was a mere ceremony to affirm what has been done.
We have already recognized long. It just had no time to formally present. So what I'm doing today is a ceremony. So it is not as if we have recognized him long. The day he was coronated, government recognized and I sent a representative. So what do you want again? Today is just like when you marry. They say, call people. Let's do traditional and engage. Those are just ceremonies. The marriage has taken place. So, by the powers conferred on me as the governor of Rivers State, I hereby present the certificate of recognition to His Royal Majesty Eze Dr. Nwachukwu S. Oboha Obi III as Oba Ezeoba of Ogbaland.
The governor also charged the king to use the opportunity of being the traditional father over Ogbaland to foster unity, promote peace and harmony among his subjects.
I want you also to talk to your youth. Violence does not help. I remember some time ago, virtually every economic commercial activities crumbled in particularly Ogbegbo and Doni local government. Everything crumbled. Banks ran away. I remember one crossover night, our children were massacred. I said, well, it is either we'll do the right thing or we'll forget it. I thank God today. Government put their foot down and said, enough is enough. Today, banks have returned, commercial activities have returned.
On his part, His Royal Majesty Nwachukwu Obioha thanked Governor Wike for the support given to his family since their father died. The governorship candidate of the Social Democratic Party, Senator Magnus Abe, has charged leaders of the party in various wards and local government areas to ensure they carry as many that identify with the SDP along in all their activities in the areas. Senator Abe gave the charge during a meeting with the leadership of the party at the ward level, where he disclosed that the party is depending on the people at the grassroots to win the 2023 general elections. The SDP governorship candidate, while boasting that the party will come out victorious in the general elections, maintained that Rivers people are interested in the message of the SDP and urged the leaders to identify with people and bring them together at all times.
all our leaders across every ward in Rivers State. It is because of you that people are talking about the Social Democratic Party. You are the live wire of this party. The most important work you have is to identify people and bring them together. A lot of the people who come to the party, when they come to the party, first week nothing is happening, second week they don't call them for meeting, third week they don't call them for meeting, the next thing they hear, party did this, that they are not being carried along, they are neglected. When we call meetings in the world, don't give anybody transport. Let those who can bring themselves to the meeting attend. Those who cannot bring themselves should leave. But make sure you give everybody information.
Senator Abe further assured that his administration will ensure that families have their own money to cater for themselves without depending on the government.
For us to be able to get to that point, because I have told everybody, this particular government that we are going to form, don't rate the government based on anything. Rate it based on what is happening to you and your family. If your community gets better, you think. If your school gets more serious, you think. If your healthcare needs are better attended to, you think. If your son didn't have work before and he's now working, you think. If you were doing your business and you couldn't get lights to do the business, and then when we start running the government, you're spending less money on diesel and on petrol to power your business or power your home. You think. That is why we keep telling you that your life and the lives of all those who are working with us will be better.
Today FM's Uchendu Ejuo reports that earlier, a group known as Seen People's Network declared their support for the governorship candidate of the SDP. River State Police Command says its operatives have raided a hideout used by a child trafficking syndicate in Iguruta and Omagwa communities in Ikwere local government area of River State. The State Police Command has also said it arrested suspects of the crime and recovered a vehicle during the operation. The Command Public Relations Officer, Grace Iringa Koko, in a statement said operatives of C4I intelligence units acting on credible intelligence raided two houses at Iguruta and Omagwa communities where victims of child trafficking were being kept. Iringa Koko, who is the superintendent of police, said 40-year-old Peace Alikoi, who is the alleged leader of the syndicate, Favor Bright, Nobolu Uzuchi, Chigozie Ogbona, were all arrested in the operation. The statement reveals that victims rescued in the operation are 10, including those pregnant. SP Iringa Koko said investigation reveals that the syndicate leader keeps the babies after delivery and pays off the mothers 500,000 naira as settlement. The statement said all the victims confirmed they were lured to the illicit sale of children to meet some financial challenges. The Command Public Relations Officer, while revealing that the case has been transferred to the State Criminal Investigation Department, assured that efforts are being intensified to track and arrest the buyers of the children already sold out. Meanwhile, 3 suspected kidnappers have been apprehended and a kidnapped victim rescued by members of the local vigilante and youths in Obele community in Emoha local government area of River State. Oluwa Shegun Ibrahim from Ondo State, Vincent Sunday and Wolu Ikene, both indigents of River State, are reported to have kidnapped a boat driver simply identified as Martins, who hails from Anambra State. The youth president of Obele community, Amadi Richard Uchechuku, and the chief security officer, Charles Martins, narrated how members of the local vigilante and youth from the community intercepted the kidnappers who were driving with their victim. Richard Uchechuku and Martin said they trailed the suspected kidnappers to an uncompleted building in Omusukuta village in Obele community, where they kept their victim whom they abducted from Mile 4 in Obiakpo local government area.
They kidnapped somebody all the way from Ajib Junction, a boat driver, and brought the person to dump in Obele. So
so that they will continue spoiling the name of Obele people. But against them, the law caught them today. So the youth and the MOVs in Obele, based on their security awareness, they arrested these 3 persons from different places. Why this has happened is to show that and to prove that Obele people are non-violent people who have called for peace. This is to prove to our brothers and other persons who are planning to come to Obele land to perpetrate evil that when once they come, that the God of the land will arrest them.
And how the community may like it. We managed to rescue the victim they kidnapped. They ran and they thought they can escape because they know the route, but they don't know that the community and the gods of the land is against what they did.
On their part, the suspected kidnappers admitted to the crime and explained how they succeeded in kidnapping their victim.
We kidnapped somebody in Port Harcourt.
Who's that of the Port Harcourt?
Ajib Junction. Brought the person to Obele.
So which people arrested you?
Obele Osman.
My name is Ibrahim Oluwasegun. We kidnapped person from Ajib Junction.
Today FM gathered that the suspect alongside their weapons have been handed over to detectives at the Rumuji Police Division in Emoa, local government area of the state. This is the World News on Today 95.1 FM, but Hackett, Voice of the People. After the short break, we'll bring you more news, sports and foreign stories. Stay tuned.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest 5.1 FM.
Minutes past 10. Welcome back. The news continues. The need to continue to support servicemen of the Nigerian Armed Forces has remained a major call to political class and corporate organizations. Speaking in commemoration of Armed Forces Remembrance Day, the chairman of Akukutoru local government area, Roland Sekibo, said he will continue to support servicemen of the Nigerian Armed Forces in his domain. Sekibo said the former military men pay the price of sustaining peace in Nigeria and lay down their lives for the nation. He also called on other corporate bodies in the area to join in the support of the servicemen. Sekibo further urged the former servicemen of the military to continue to assist the Nigerian military in promoting peace, especially during the elections.
So for us, we believe that we will continue to support what we are doing. We will not reduce, we will rather increase our support as our finances allows us to do. So we will continue to identify with you. And let me also use the opportunity to call on well-meaning citizens of this local government and even corporate organizations, corporate bodies, to identify with you people, the loved ones left behind and the ones that are alive. Because most of you, when others were doing one thing or the other to amass wealth for the generation and future generation, most of you were making sure that everybody is safe. So you live your life for us. So it is important that those by providence, by the grace of God, that are doing well in the society, identify with you, because I believe that
Armed Forces Remembrance Day is set aside to celebrate the impact and effort of Armed Forces servicemen. It is a week-long event and ends on the 15th of January annually. On the foreign scene, Russia has pledged to build a deep arsenal of weapons, bolster aviation technology to better evade air defenses, and improve drone production after a series of battlefield humiliations in Ukraine. Since President Vladimir Putin sent troops into Ukraine on February 24, the once mighty army of a former superpower has been repeatedly outwitted and outmaneuvered by the smaller Ukrainian army, which is supported by the United States and its European allies. The conflict has turned into a grinding war of attrition that has killed the wounded tens of thousands of soldiers on both sides, as well as Ukrainian civilians, though there is no end in sight, and both sides are rearming as fast as they can. Russia's Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu told top generals that to renew the army, they would have to take account of the experience of fighting in the Syrian civil war,
where Russia intervened on the side of President Bashar al-Assad and in Ukraine. Shoigu said Russia would continue to develop its nuclear triad of ballistic missiles, submarines, and strategic bombers because such weapons were the main guarantee of its sovereignty. A court in Iran has sentenced a Belgian national to a total of 40 years in prison, dozens of lashes, and financial penalties for spying and other charges. Former aid worker Olivia van de Castel received the preliminary sentences, which can later be appealed on 4 charges. For each of the main 2 charges, namely spying for foreign intelligence services and cooperating with the hostile United States government against the Islamic Republic, he received 12.5 years in prison. For professional smuggling of foreign currency in the amount of $500,000, Van de Castile was sentenced to 2.5 years in prison, 74 lashes, and a $1 million fine. Lastly, he was found guilty of laundering the money he is accused of smuggling, for which the Tehran Revolutionary Court decided on a 12.5-year prison sentence. Tehran has been accused of imprisoning foreigners and dual nationals to use them as political bargaining chips, a charge it denies. Relations between Iran and Belgium have increasingly soured following the arrest of an Iranian diplomat, Asadullah Assadi, who was accused of leading a bombing plot in France. Tehran and the European Union have also imposed sanctions against each other. In sports, Super Falcons head coach Randy Waldrum has revealed his team's ambition for the 2023 FIFA Women's World Cup. Waldrum's charges surrendered their African crown to South Africa last year and are winless in the last 5 outings. Despite constant criticisms of his team, the American is upbeat about the chances of the West Africans heading to the World Cup. The Super Falcons are drawn in Group A along with co-host Australia, Canada, and the Republic of Ireland. The team will be domiciled in Brisbane, where they will play 2 of their 3 matches, with the other game in another Australian city, Melbourne. The competition will run from July 20 to August 2023. In the world of entertainment, famous Nigerian singer and record producer Michael Ajere, professionally known as Don Jazzy, has admitted that he's not the type of man that is committed to one woman. The singer, who made this disclosure in a recent interview, confessed that he has never been faithful to one woman before now. Speaking about the qualities he desires in his future wife, Jazzy said he wants a calm and understanding woman. Recall that the singer had in 2021 shocked many on social media when he revealed that he was once married. That's it on World News at this hour on Today 95.1 FM. To end the news, here is a summary of the major stories. The Nigerian Association of Resident Doctors has threatened a nationwide strike over federal government's failure to meet its demand. The ICPC has named at least 52 ministries, departments, and agencies as high corruption risk. We told you that a local vigilante group has apprehended suspected kidnappers in Emoha, local government area of River State. On the foreign scene, you also heard that Russia has pledged to build a deep arsenal of weapons against a series of humiliations in Ukraine. That was the news as edited by Stella Sassongu. For comments and inquiries, please call 081-838-92850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can also read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com. I am Gloria Caribbean Tombury. Good evening. Many thanks for listening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
When the weather becomes strict and everything becomes unsteady, the only way to go is tune to Today 95.1 FM. And the world of information, entertainment, and education will be served as breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Welcome to the show. You're listening to today's Quest. A newspaper review segment is what we
Now
got.
who says I can't bring the party to your house right now? Because, even if it's raining, I still bring the heat right here.
I am here for you, and I know you are here for me.
It is surely the best 15 minutes of football you can find anywhere on radio. People.
Back here in the Garden City of Port Harcourt. Today, 95.1 FM. Nothing but the best. Nothing but the best.
Good evening. This is Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt, Voice of the People. And it is time again for a rundown of the foreign news stories that made the headlines on the world today. I am Gloria Karibi Tambri. In the headlines, South Africa advised to rise its COVID-19 testing after the first case of new Omicron subvariant. World Health Organization meeting to decide on COVID emergency set for January 27. China suspends short-term visas for South Koreans over COVID travel curbs. And U.S. Justice Department reviews potentially classified document found in President Joe Biden's former office. Now the details. South Africa has been advised to ramp up its COVID-19 testing after the first case of a new Omicron subvariant was detected last week. The advice from scientists in the World Health Organization comes on the back of climbing COVID-19 cases in China and the U.S. In a briefing today, the Health Minister Joe Fala said President Cyril Ramaphosa and the National Coronavirus Command Council had signed off on a decision to refrain from implementing restrictions on travelers from affected countries such as China and the U.S., and no restrictions would be placed on South Africans. Fowler added that the health department had been monitoring international developments with the virus amid a 25% increase in global cases in December. He said more than 14 million new infections were recorded worldwide in December, with 70% of all cases recorded in China, the US, South Korea, Japan, and Brazil. He added that the department had been advised to increase the rate of testing and number of samples sent for genomic sequencing. The Senegalese government has announced the new measures to fight against road insecurity, including a ban on night bus trips and the import of second-hand tires after an accident that killed 39 people on Sunday. The Prime Minister, Amadou Ba, announced that public passenger transport vehicles will be banned from traveling on inter-urban roads at late hours. Other measures prohibiting the importation of second-hand tires and making mandatory the selling of speedometers of vehicles transporting people and goods at 90 km per hour were also announced at the meeting today. Others will be issued within 72 hours to enforce the 23 new measures announced. The new measures are announced after the collision between two buses that killed 39 people and injured 101 in the village of Sikilo in the Kafrin region from Dakar. Egypt's government has instructed ministries to cut non-essential spending until the end of the fiscal year in June as it tries to cope with continuing pressure on its currency and rising inflation. The decision includes the postponement of any new national project heavily reliant on foreign currency and requires ministries to seek finance ministry approval on foreign currency expenditure. The health, interior, foreign and defense ministries are exempted, as well as agencies tasked with expenditure on subsidized food products and energy. The move comes as Egypt has continued to face a foreign currency shortage despite allowing the Egyptian pound to depreciate sharply in recent months, most recently last week. Away from Africa to the rest of the world. has stopped issuing short-term visas to individuals from South Korea and Japan in retaliation for COVID restrictions on Chinese travelers. Beijing's embassy in Seoul said visits to South Koreans entering China as tourists have been suspended. And Japanese media reported China was imposing similar measures there. It is a tit-for-tat move which Beijing says will remain in place until discriminatory entry restrictions against China are lifted. The World Health Organization Committee will be meeting on January 27 to consider whether the COVID-19 pandemic still represents a global emergency, a spokesperson said today, 3 years after it was first declared. WHO spokesperson Carla Drysdale confirmed the timing of the meeting at a Geneva press briefing. The Emergency Committee advises WHO Director General Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, who makes the ultimate call on whether an outbreak represents a so-called public health emergency of international concern, which is the UN agency's highest level of alert. Several leading scientists and WHO advisors say it may be too early to decide the end of the COVID-19 pandemic emergency phase because of high levels of infections in China, which dismantled its zero-COVID policy last month. President Vladimir Putin's defense minister has pledged to build a deeper arsenal of weapons, bolster aviation technology to better evade air defenses and improve drone production after a series of battlefield humiliations in Ukraine. Since Putin sent troops into Ukraine on February 24, the army of a former superpower has been repeatedly beaten and outmaneuvered by the smaller Ukrainian army, which is supported by the United States and its European allies. The conflict has turned into a grinding war of attrition that has killed and wounded tens of thousands of soldiers on both sides, as well as Ukrainian civilians. Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu told top generals that to renew the army, they would have to take account of the experience of fighting in the Syrian civil war, where Russia intervened on the side of President Bashar al-Assad and the Ukraine. Iran has sentenced another man to death in connection with the protest triggered by the death in custody of Mahsa Amini, the judiciary said. The Islamic Republic has been grieved by civil unrest since the 16 September death of 22-year-old Amini following her arrest for allegedly violating Iran's strict dress code. The sentence, which can be appealed, brings to 18 the total number of people with the judiciary has announced have been condemned to death in connection with the protest. Iranian authorities said hundreds of people, including members of the security forces, have been killed and thousands arrested during the protests, which they mostly describe as riots. Tehran accuses hostile foreign countries and opposition groups of stoking the unrest. 4 executions have been carried out, and 6 of those sentenced to capital punishment have been granted retrials. An oversight board of Facebook's parent company says the platform was wrong to remove a post with a common protest slogan against Iran's leader. In July, moderators at Meta said the use of Magbar Khamenei, literally death to Khamenei, broke guidelines. However, the board said the phrase was often used rhetorically to mean down with Khamenei and did not represent a credible threat of violence. It also issued recommendations to better protect political speech. The Oversight Board acts independently to make decisions about what content should be permitted or banned on Meta's platforms, which are also in Instagram and WhatsApp. That story from Iran concludes the 9th edition of The Word Today, as produced by Celestine of the News. Produced by Odinakachi Celestine, beg your pardon, of the News Department. But before we go, here is a summary of the stories that made the headlines. We told you that South Africa has been advised to raise its COVID-19 testing after the first case of new Omicron subvariant. You heard that World Health Organization is meeting to decide on COVID emergency set for January 27. We also told you that China has suspended short-term visas for South Koreans over COVID travel curbs. Till the same time tomorrow night, to have a lovely night. I am Gloria Caribbean Tambri. Good evening and many thanks for listening.
This is Today 95.1 FM. To copy this tune, press 9.
This is Today 95.1 FM.
For current news and information, press 5.
They are politicians, all of them. They know what they do.
So they know how they attack each other.
To stay connected all day, press 1.
The person who raised the alarm is the one who made the public know about
Well, good afternoon and welcome to the World News on your premium talk radio station.
We are your premium talk radio station. Today 95.1 FM. The station with a unique dial.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
BBC News with Sue Montgomery. The World Bank says the global economy is perilously close to falling into recession. The warning comes as the impacts of the Ukraine war and the COVID pandemic continue to be felt across the world. Here's Jonathan Josephs.
The impact of higher inflation is troubling almost every part of the global economy. Food and energy have seen the biggest price rises as a result of the war in Ukraine. And China, the world's second biggest economy, continues to struggle because of coronavirus. With the US and Europe also suffering pronounced weakness, the World Bank is forecasting the global economy will grow just 1.7% this year. It warns the expected slowdown in advanced economies has in the past been a sign of an impending global recession. And the big challenge will be to avoid that despite the increases in the cost of borrowing money that many countries are using to tackle inflation.
New figures released by the European Union show last year's summer across the continent was the hottest on record by a significant margin. Matt McGrath reports.
2022 was the warmest year on record for the UK, France, Spain and others as prolonged heat waves across Western Europe sent temperatures soaring. The Copernicus data shows that Europe's temperatures have risen by more than twice the global average over the past 30 years. This is because a large landmass heats up faster than the oceans, and the continent is also influenced by the scale of heating experienced in the Arctic. In parts of Siberia, temperatures were 3 degrees above the norm last year.
China has stopped issuing short-term visas to individuals from South Korea and Japan in retaliation for COVID restrictions imposed on travellers coming directly from China. Beijing says it's discriminatory to single out Chinese travellers. Stephen McDonnell is in Beijing.
South Korea and Japan have measures which have gone beyond other countries. So other places have said that people arriving from China have to do a PCR test before catching the plane. Well, in South Korea, for example, if you are found to have the coronavirus, you have to go to centralized quarantine. In the case of Japan, airlines have been restricted in terms of the cities they can fly to. And so it's just these extra measures apart from also having to do the PCR tests which are being required in other countries.
The head of the Mykolaiv region in southern Ukraine says a Russian attack on Monday caused a deposit of old Second World War anti-ship mines to explode. Vitaly Kim said they'd been encased in concrete on the shore near the town of Ochakiv at the mouth of the river Dnipro. Purported video footage of the incident posted on social media shows a huge blast. Mr. Kim said 15 people were injured in the explosion. World News from the BBC. The UN says Iran is weaponizing the death penalty to strike fear into the population and stamp out dissent. The UN Human Rights Chief, Volker Turk, said the use of criminal procedures to punish people for exercising their basic rights, such as taking part in protests, amounted to state-sanctioned killing. He was speaking days after 2 more young men were hanged for allegedly killing a member of the Iranian security forces. A record amount of cocaine has been seized at the Belgian port of Antwerp, a day after a child died in a suspected drug-related shooting in the area. The city is becoming a major gateway for smuggling drugs into Europe. From Antwerp, Jessica Parker.
News that an 11-year-old girl's been killed during a gun attack on a home has, it appears, tragically highlighted the violence now spilling onto Antwerp's streets. Today, police reported a record haul of cocaine from the port, more than 100 tonnes in 2022. The relative openness of the port, its location within Western Europe, and trade connections with South America are all given reasons for the boom. Drugs have been found smuggled within furniture, packs of bananas, and even inside pineapples. Belgian authorities say that the amount of cocaine seized shows the country is determined to tackle the problem, while pledging to do more.
Prosecutors in Turkey have finished their opening statements in a legal bid to ban the country's third largest party in parliament, the pro-Kurdish HDP. It comes months before general elections. Prosecutors allege the HDP is linked to PKK rebels. It denies this. Research in California indicates the leaded fuel still permitted in light aircraft may risk poisoning children. A new study found children living near an airport in San Jose had elevated levels of lead in their blood. This was found to increase with greater volumes of piston engine air traffic. BBC News.
This is Bola Mosuro with Focus on Africa from the BBC World Service. Now, the prospect for achieving lasting peace between Rwanda and neighbouring Democratic Republic of Congo has been dealt yet another blow with the latest statement uttered by President Paul Kagame. He said last night, "We've had refugees here for over 20 years from the DRC. I'm refusing that Rwanda should carry this burden and be insulted and abused about it every day." Well, out of tens of thousands of refugees have fled across the border to Rwanda, some had started to return home after M23 rebels stated they'd withdraw from areas such as Kibumba and Ruangabo in North Kivu. But the UN, among others, has said they haven't necessarily stuck by this promise to hand over the territory they gained back to East African community forces. But what is being made of President Kagame's statement, and what tension will this cause? Well, I asked Dr. Joseph Sebarenzi, who's a former Speaker of the Rwandan Parliament and a lecturer in conflict management at SIT Graduate Institute in Vermont in the USA.
It's very sad to hear that Rwanda no longer wants to host DRC refugees. But I don't think Kagame would go ahead and expel them. I think it's a blackmail aimed at stopping the accusation against his government regarding his support of M23 in eastern DRC.
And yet this is an accusation he strenuously denied, and those of his government representatives have said they are not supporting M23 rebels, and they've maintained this throughout. Instead, what he's talked about is he said the international community isn't looking at the insecurity being stoked by FDLR Hutu rebels.
Yes, FDLR is one of the more than 100 armed groups operating in eastern DRC, and those armed groups continue to cause violence in that part of the country, and that is why DRC Tutsi are in Rwanda as refugees. I mean, not all Tutsi are in Rwanda, but those who are in Rwanda are there because of violence. So as long as there is violence in eastern DRC, I don't think it would be appropriate to expel DRC refugees who are in Rwanda. Doing so would be a violation of international law. What DRC need in Rwanda is to work together, to cooperate, not to confront each other.
How is that peace going to be maintained, or even how will it be started? Because at the moment, peace is not what we see between the two nations. Instead, it's very, very high tension, with even Rwanda accusing the DRC of launching attacks across the border, and the DRC accusing Rwanda of continuously supporting the M23 rebels, who, as we know, have wrought havoc on so many communities, though now we also see them withdrawing from key communities too, like Kibumba and others just a few days ago.
If there is a political will, there is a way for the two countries to live in peace. At some point, there was a rapprochement between Kagame and Tshisekedi, but as Tshisekedi said, he was disappointed. But I am afraid that the two leaders may hardly get along again. But the international community should really use its leverage to bring the two leaders together. And that will have to go through a dialogue, of course, and also commitment on the part of Rwanda to never support any armed group against DRC, and also DRC to never help any armed group based in DRC to attack Rwanda.
Some would argue that there has been some form of rapprochement, namely with the mediation of East African leaders, which has led to the M23 now announcing over the past couple of weeks, that they are going to be withdrawing from key areas.
That is definitely a good start. If M23 can cease fighting and retreat. But at the same time, of course, there is an agreement between the DRC government and the M23, and I think that was done in 2013. So that agreement, I think, includes repatriation of refugees, includes integration of some combatants into armed forces. All that have to be done to ensure that all Congolese, particularly Tutsi Congolese, feel home and they are not threatened. And I'm very glad that DRC authorities understood that M23 does not represent Tutsi. M23 is just a fringe of Tutsi who think that they can resolve issues through violence.
And that's Dr. Joseph Sebarenzi, former Speaker of the Rwandan Parliament and now a lecturer in conflict management at SIT Graduate Institute in the US. Now let's talk about the mobile phone industry, which is big business across Africa. Profits can run into tens, even hundreds of millions of dollars. But customers sometimes complain that they are shortchanged. That's certainly the case in Sierra Leone. And 5 years ago, a coalition of civil society groups that called itself the Native Consortium went to court in the country to demand compensation for mobile phone customers. Well, judgment was set to be finally delivered today by a court in Freetown. However, there's been a development in the last few hours, and joining us to tell us about that is our correspondent in the capital, Umaru Fofana, who joins me now. Umaru, afternoon to you. So tell us what exactly happened today, and I understand it's to the main plaintiff in the case.
Hi, Bola. Well, yes, a sort of dramatic event, but it unfolded in a slow motion manner, if you like. We were standing outside the law courts building within the premises of the courts. And then a group of under-sheriffs and prison officers approached us, and they served one of the main plaintiffs, Edmond Abu of the Native Consortium, with a warrant of arrest, saying that they had this warrant to have him arrested by the judge who is presiding over the matter that he and others brought before him. I took a look at the warrant. It said that his arrest had been ordered because of contempt of court. I do not know the details. But we understand that he made some appearances on local radio yesterday ahead of the ruling today by this justice. And I'm not sure about the content of what he said that might have offended the judge. But yes, he was taken into custody. And nevertheless, in the last 2 hours or so, the judge has been handing down his judgment, and he's still reading out the judgment 2 hours on.
That's very dramatic indeed, isn't it, given that we're talking about big giants in the mobile phone industry. Tell us a little bit about Mr. Abu, please, and the plaintiffs, the others that he was representing. What exactly has there been their claim against these giant mobile phone companies?
Well, the number in their dozens, probably in their scores, because the judge has just said in court that about 100 plus, plaintiffs appeared before him, and they were also referenced by the main plaintiffs who operated largely under the Native Consortium civil society organization. These people have felt very livid over the last few years against two of the countries, in fact, the two biggest mobile phone companies in Sierra Leone, Orange Sierra Leone and Africell. Now, they say that they have not been treating their customers seriously. They've been providing poor services, and they also reneged on an agreement that they had signed to reduce by a third the tariff on net calls. They went to court, and then they said that the regulatory body, who are, by the way, the third defendant in this case, the National Telecommunications Commission, they took all of them saying that the regulators had failed to meet their obligations in protecting the customers. So the judge has now been unpacking all of these allegations against them. And at some point, when the matter first came to court, like you said there at the top, it has been going on for 5 years. There was a reneging which was admitted to by the regulatory body, NATCOM, that the companies had failed to meet their obligation within the 4-month period. So they were fined more than $1 million. But then the agreement was that they would return to the old tariffs, which never happened. So they said that they paid compensation by allowing free on-net calls. Now, the judge is still ruling on whether or not there is any further question to answer by these two major mobile phone networks, as well as the regulatory body, National Telecommunications Commission.
And Umaru, when we talk about mobile phone companies across Africa, many people kind of groan because many people are burdened by the kind of tariffs they have to pay to these companies that, as we've been saying, have made big profits over the years and still continue. I wonder what's then being made of this case in Sierra Leone, and particularly the development, the timing of the fact that after 5 years is now on the day of the ruling, the hour of the ruling, that the major plaintiff has now been detained.
Well, his detention happened in the last couple of hours or so, but in terms of interest in the case, there's always been interest in this because virtually every adult in this country, and even some children, all of them have mobile phones. Now, the fact that it has rumbled on for long meant that attention had shifted. People had even forgotten about it until Edmond Abu put out some alerts on social media that the judgments would be handed down today, which has regenerated interest in all of this. The judge himself, Justice Adrian Fisher, has just said that before him, there had been 3 judges that had sat on this matter, and that he's the 4th justice to sit on this matter, which was brought before him, I think, in 2021, and that he has, in fact, decided to speed it up, to bring up his judgments today. So there is public interest, and the fact that Abu has been arrested today, we don't know. The judge was told by the lawyer for Abu in court that his clients had been arrested. The judge did not make any reference as to the reasons why he ordered his arrest. We are expecting that at the end of his ruling on this matter, he would probably give a word or two as to why he ordered his arrest and what the contempt was that Edmond Abu, was deemed to have committed.
Umaru, thank you very much indeed. Umaru Fofana outside the court there in Freetown, and we'll go back later in one of our later editions of Focus on Africa to hear what that ruling by the judge in the court in Freetown is. You are listening to Focus on Africa on the BBC World Service, and with the time now at 15:17 GMT, let's get a roundup of some of the other stories around the continent with Veronique Edwards.
Many thanks indeed, Bola, and we start off in Nigeria, where the head of the Nigeria's Electoral Independent National Election Commission has warned that the general elections of the 25th of February faces imminent threat of cancellation if nothing is done to tackle spiraling insecurity in the country. Insecurity has remained a real threat to the coming elections, with jihadist insurgency, bandits' activities, and separatist agitations in the north and southern part of the country. The BBC's Chris Owoko has more.
The chairman of the Electoral Commission, Mahmoud Yakubu, said on Monday that if rising insecurity was not dealt with decisively, it could ultimately culminate in the cancellation or postponement of the election, an action that could precipitate constitutional crisis. He noted that his organization wants to ensure that election personnel, material and process have the highest level of protection. Local media have flagged 15 states likely to experience poll-related violence in the run-up to, during and after the elections.
Next door in Togo, the head of state for Nyasi